Jackson, hi. Good day. How is you? Attican, hi. Same question. You're probably in the waiting room as well. Again, I don't know how legal that is.
Atakanbakix is just
31.
resubscribed for 21
God dang.
months. Streak, 10 total, 21.
Working on Frank? What is Frank? I don't think I remember Frank. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a look at it at Can. So, or waiting on Frank, as in Frank. No, not waiting, working on. Yeah, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. I have that on, and I have everything muted. So far, we'll see what we can do about that. But yeah, for now, we have that. For that, we have that. Frank is a character I've been drawing for years. Past 2 years, been dreaming about making him collectible vinyl figure. That's pretty cool. I've been working on that version to create prototypes. That is great. That is, yeah, that is great news. In a second, you're going to the Valencia Leader Conference, which is this. I like the background grid not being a grid. That's fun. I mean, it is a grid. I don't like the cursor, but this is fun. Welcome back. You were in the ads. You're going there. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. In the meantime, while this is going, I have like the music for the stream and the music for config at the same time, and it's breaking my brain. So if I lose focus, that yeah. But technically, you're not supposed to hear any of it because I'm chatting and I can't stop. I can't shut up. But yeah, no, this is really fun. I like the website a lot. I don't really know how good that conference is. It's the first time that I've seen or heard about it, I think. And if it's an awards-based conference, that could be pretty interesting. So that's good news. And yeah, enjoy your stay there. That's a pretty good thing. I need you though. Do as you, the viewers right now, to try something. I want you to type exclamation mark AI in chat, and I wanna know what that does. It works. Cool. So unless that disappears, cool. But so it appears, but it doesn't go away. So I need to fix that. We are supposed to now have a counter for the AI counter things, because obviously that's gonna happen. And I feel like I just made a mistake on the clear. My clear is probably not on the right one, and clear source is the right one, and now it should probably clear. So if you try again, it should do that, because I'm doing that specifically because I feel like this exactly is going to be what happens. The AI is going to be said 50,000 times today. And I feel like it's gonna be pretty good for us to have like a bit of a counter. So please, I don't have a Stream Deck button to count the amount of time that the word AI is gonna be said. So help when it comes to that. Um, we can count it twice already. The main reason being it's been said on the agenda, it's been said on other things. So I feel like it's a fair point for us to just count it as an option. The main reason why I'm not entirely sure if I have the rights to like restream this is based mainly because of the like background music that currently, because I'm just chatting and it's just lowering the volume a lot. I I have a feeling that this is not good, but that's a that's a debatable thing for now, right? I can do that. That's an option. But we'll see. That's the idea. My guess for today's event, because first of all, Figma has had an update just before the stream started. So at like 5 today, I got a prompt for an update. So there is probably a thing that will happen uh, during that is already available on everyone's Figma app, but not really unlocked. Debatable. We'll see. And then the second thing is what I'm expecting. I think there is a ton of AI stuff. As I said, that's why I have the counter that is going to be announced mainly with Jordan. Jordan is probably going to do stuff and explain stuff on stage at some point. But for today, I don't want to go into each and every other stages and activities and other things that are supposed to happen. I just want to go through the main event, which is like Dylan explaining thing. This is gonna take technically, officially, an hour, and we kind of, or at least I, kind of just want to check that out. And I don't know if that's the most important thing, the least important thing. We'll see. But yeah, what are your personal prediction on the announcement on what is supposed to happen on today's announcement? Do you have announcement prediction type of thing? I don't know. AI, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen that one that you posted earlier today. Today? Yesterday? Yeah, today. I don't know if that's a pretty. I mean, yes, it is. I think it would be mostly, to me at least, the usefulness of AI. Jonathan, hi, welcome on in. We're about to watch this thing in a second. If you want to watch with us with the AI announcement of Figma. I feel like if that was an option in comments, I think it would. I think it would be mostly something like Notion having a slash reminder. Um, yeah, I'm doubting the my ability, legal ability. I said that on Discord, legal ability to have that on stream, mainly because of the music in the background. And yeah, like I don't know. Right now, you only have the official um, stream beats stuff and music, so we're good with that. But for the background music of here, I don't know how much. And also, again, this is a publicly accessible stream on YouTube, and I'm talking over it, so it's some sort of a fair use type of situation. Which I feel like, again, I'm gonna just do that as a security measure because I know how stuff happen. Um, I'm gonna just do a fair use right here, like I do usually with the Apple um, events for the title. We have a fair use stuff in the beginning. We'll see about that. But yeah, Atakan, I feel like the slash would be a pretty good addition to your reminder option. I also feel like there is a ton of things that is currently added, as in stuff that are available in automation that could be much better when it comes to uh, now. Right now, it's not. But we could have a way better experience of automation and all of that. So it could be in comments. That's not a bad idea. It could also be with the slash. You know, when you are on a Figma file, you here and you have multiple people in the in the file, and you just do type slash hello. I feel like that could be a thing to have. Jan, hi, welcome on in. To have like the AI assistant working, that would be a great thing. Like if you could do uh, a slash something in the cursor bubble, that could change your life, mainly because you could entirely do that slash remove, for example, or slash regenerate or something. That could be really cool. And also someone else asked how I am, how I've been doing. I'm pretty good. Today was the injection day, which is fine. I had like a blood test done, which was annoying. You probably can't see that, but yeah, I've been bleeding. I know I'm laughing and it sounds weird, but uh, basically, I think the guy that took my blood not messed up, but like wiggled the needle too much, which opened the wound. And the fact that it's so hot outside today, so hot for French people, it's 30 degrees. Basically, it had a bit of a hard time to close back. So the band-aid that was on top was in blood. Yay. Other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. And Dan and Jonathan, now that you are here, and you haven't been here in the beginning.
Whedon's son is now following.
Whedon's, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? And thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. We now have an exclamation mark AI, which is the same thing as the exclamation mark Fox, which is just a counter. It has been used 2 times right now, and you can use it for every time that AI is going to be mentioned during this stream, and I feel like it's going to be a lot. Yeah, 45 degrees is hot for me. I mean, for everyone, technically. But yeah. And in Turkey, it's like you're not. I don't think you are close to a lake or the sea or something where you are specifically. So I feel like it's gonna be even harder. Like the difference from me when I was in Japan, because I was in Tokyo, and Tokyo is really close to the coast and the sea and all of that. There is a ton of wind, that is like coastal wind, that is not that like windy, but kind of windy, and it is lower in temperature, so that's pretty interesting. Winter is weird where I live. Yeah, that's kind of sad. I mean, kind of sad. It's kind of sad, yes. I feel like this is. They are late. That's what they are. Late. Oh yeah. It's close to the. So that's weird that in here, which is closer to the coast. Not that closer, but Still close to the ghost. Still, uh, not that, not that, uh, not less hot. 45 degrees. 45 degrees is fucking lot. Technically, when I'm looking at the difference in between that and that, like, this is really coastal temperatures. So, yeah. Um, 23 meters from sea level, which is not that high. You mean here? Yeah. I mean, all of the green one are the one that I either haven't been to or haven't updated. So yes, there is a ton of them, specifically around here. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing around here. Eh. Um, yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, I'm in Paris, but it's 29, so that I have the AC on. You probably can't hear it, or maybe you can hear it when I'm talking, which is kind of sad. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. We will see. Nonetheless, they are late as fuck. God damn, do I hate that. Ah, yeah, there is no AC in France. Like, it's not a common thing, and because I'm on the last floor, like it's harder than most of the other floors, which is annoying. But yeah, I had to buy like a mobile AC. Basically, the exhaust, which is like the hot air that is pumped out of my flat, is going through my chimney. Um, which is a good point. In the beginning I didn't think about it, but now it's just going through the chimney, and it's the best idea I had in years. I made like an opening that is exactly the size of the exhaust, and now it's just like hot air in the hot air fire related stuff, which I think when I used it the first time, I probably sent dust and wood thing um, into all the flats of my building. I did nothing though. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. um, is it a low you can't place a fixed AC in France? No, it's not. It's just in order to place a fixed AC, you need basically the what the fuck is the name? The outside unit, you know, the condensator and all of the pump and all of that engine thing, exactly, outside. And in order to put that outside, you need enough space to do that. So either you take like a balcony, and that's okay, or the thing that is annoying is because I'm in a part of Paris that is like how historical monument. So I don't have the rights to modify the outside looking thing. Um, and if I had like the unit on the balcony, that would be considered as wrong. So that is one of the reasons why we don't have that where I am right now. The only option that I would have would be to place the exhaust unit in a way somewhere where it's hidden, but still working. So I don't, yeah. Um, it's kind of sad. It is It is a historical building. The good thing for me is the fact that the chimney is technically an exhaust, and also most people are not allowed to have a fire in their chimney in Paris anymore. So, you know, all that. All that. All right. Tell me if you hear the video and how much it is. There is regulation about the fireplace thing, and it's basically because for safety most of the time, because you could put the building on fire, mainly because the chimney are old and not renovated and worked on. So yeah, which is sad. It's dumb for me just to think that you have a chimney in your fucking flat and you can't do anything about it. You haven't told me. Music, sound, video, is it audible?
If in your office, you as an intellectual worker were supplied with a computer display that was instantly responsive, how much value could you derive from that? We're going to try our best to show you rather.
Yeah, that sounds like a good potential right thing. Like, it's so old that it's a fire hazard, which makes sense, but also it makes no sense because it was supposed to withstand fire in the beginning. I don't know. I don't know. This is a full-on look into the past video, which technically speaking, I have a feeling that this is a copyright issue on Figma side or Nightmare to check
to the stage, Figma
everything.
co-founder and CEO Dylan Field.
Yeah. I'm really scared about the music section now. Not dancing.
Hello,
Right.
and welcome to Config 2024. Thank you so much for everyone joining us today. It's just incredible to see you all here, and especially thank you to everyone who's joined us from far away, traveled so far to be here, and everyone at live streams, on the live stream, at a watch party. We're so grateful for you joining us. The impact that this community has had,
You can count the AI t-shirt.
today even have had over the past decades, is monumental. Your designs have shaped the way that people think, and they've shaped the world. It's
Thank
been
you.
incredible to witness the exponential rise of software that exists in the world. And I believe this exponential trend will continue, and more software is about to be built than ever before. If you want your product to stand out, design is the differentiator. It is your craft that will
Debatable.
separate out great products from the obvious solutions. And here are some of the people in the Figma community that have inspired us with their craft. Shen Yi pushes what's possible with 3D renderings in Figma. He builds the Vector 3 plugin, which enables anyone to turn vectors into 3D objects with just a click.
This one is great.
Product designer Akansha Murtha brings new photo editing capabilities to Figma with her fractal glass effect plugin. And Double Glitch is helping us see beyond the limits of prototyping and what we can do on our platform. They even made Space Invaders in Figma. It's pretty sweet. And it is what you create, what all of you create, that continually pushes us to evolve our product and our craft.
I'm not there either.
Over the last year, to try to keep up with our community, we've released a ton of new capabilities, including FigJam AI,
Count it.
an overhaul of compare changes,
Other underscore nature boy underscore 142 is now
Annotations.
following.
typography support for variables,
Other nature boy. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate
and
it.
of course, multi-edit.
That was great. Multi-edit was great.
It's not just the big things, but also the small things that matter, like page dividers. One of my faves.
I am,
In addition,
Stoney, I
I'm
am.
excited to share even more updates to
I told
support the
you.
end-to-end process
Steen, hi,
of
welcome on in.
going from an idea in your head or a brainstorm in FigJam to shipping code
Good.
in dev mode. This year, our launches are centered around 3 themes. 1, reducing complexity. Some of you might have seen that Figma is a bit complex these days, and it's grown in complexity over the past years. Second, a better developer experience.
Do wafer flop, that's pretty cool.
We want to improve the developer
Hey, on screen,
Figma
count it.
know how many developers are here today watching, but also how many use our platform every day. And of course, AI.
Count it.
All right.
That's gonna be a lot.
So this is what Figma looked like 8 years ago.
Uh,
So simple and so pristine.
much better.
Since then, we've added
Nope.
a lot. We've launched a lot of new capabilities. Some people have suggested that we might want to kill some features. For example, Dan, at Betray Dan, I don't know why, writes, I want to see config 2024 where they announce what they are removing rather than what they're adding as new features. And this is one that honestly I've been thinking about quite a lot. So here's where I've landed. We're going to do the next scariest thing, which is a redesign. And I can't tell you how scary it is designing a new UI for Figma for designers. I also can't tell you how meta it is to be designing a new Figma editor inside of the old Figma editor. So a shout out to our very brave and very talented design team. It's been very inspiring to see us work on this.
So I know that when I'm gonna talk, it's gonna lower the volume.
Before we
But
continue and I show you some cool stuff,
this is
I wanna
the
recognize that
copy
redesign
of
is
Studio
getting used to.
dot design,
So we're gonna
technically in
roll
terms
this
of
out slowly.
over
We're gonna
like
stay close to
overall
your
UI.
feedback. We're gonna
That's
incorporate
kind
it,
of weird.
Improve it. You'll be able to switch back and forth for a while we improve this.
Yeah,
Eventually,
FigJam
We're
mix
going to turn off the old UI.
with like Studio.
Let's take a look at UI 3, our redesigned interface.
I don't know how I feel about that. It looks like Studio modified that we tried. It looked like
That
so many new tools, like Spline is the same
you
thing.
can see that you still have a lot of the that you're used to. We have our layers
Shit.
and pages on the left, and you've got your properties on the right, but the toolbar has dropped to the bottom. And what we want, our intention here is to really bring your content to the front and center of the experience in Figma, and we want to help you stay in flow state as much as possible.
JP, hi.
When someone requests a spotlight,
Yeah, Spline is really the same.
so when Raji's requested the spotlight, you'll notice that the UI has just kind of hidden away.
It's pretty good.
And with that, as the UI is hidden,
It's pretty
it
useful.
makes it so that I'm able to get a little distracted by our friends online. As that happens, I am able to really keep in flow state and watch the designs go by. So if I want to stop following Raji now, you can see that I can really easily still collapse that state. But if I want to now bring the properties panel back, I can click here.
Everyone trying to get access to the fucking file.
You'll see that my properties panel comes right back up.
Designers, god damn it.
And I'm sure someone backstage can restrict the access to this file. I'm going to refresh it just in case that matters.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I should just try to join in.
All right. So as I go, you'll see that I can,
That's weird.
my properties panel on the right-hand side here.
That's weird.
And with that,
That's a good stream layout.
the things that you're used to.
That is a great stream layout. I don't know where they took it from. It looks like what I did in the past.
Prioritize the component prompts
Anyways.
and variables.
All right.
Now, some other things to note are that I can also resize this panel.
Good. Okay.
We've also done some things like we've clustered the X and the Y here with position, and width and height with auto layout for a simpler IA. And things that are relevant to selection are on the right-hand side as well. So I can mark this as ready for dev, or I can do some Boolean operations.
I don't like that.
As well right there.
I don't like the Boolean operation being there. That I don't like.
And yeah, quite excited for you to see everything that we've done with this redesign. All right, well, we're going to keep going through this redesign, and I'm going to show you quite a bit more throughout today.
I don't know if I like
But
that.
first, I want to show you
Cat, hi, welcome.
some stuff about auto layout.
It's pretty interesting,
So
but it's
auto layout here, you can see that I've got this frame. And as I move this frame around, you can see that it's not resizing, so there's no auto layout yet. Now, if I add in auto layout, so I'm going to click this button to use auto layout.
please.
As I do, oops, anyone had this happen before? Maybe instead if I have auto layout with a down, nope. So what you really need to do to make this work is for auto layout to function properly here, you need to have nested frames, which is actually quite an advanced concept and thing to figure out how to structure in your head. And so today what we're doing is making it so it's a bit easier to get into auto layout by making something called suggest auto layout. If I press this, you'll see that I get all the frames that I need.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's what I was crossing my finger for.
On the right-hand side here, we've got a stack of cards that are all inheriting from this component.
Yes.
If I drag this in, then what you'll see is as I resize here, it'll automatically snap to fill. And
That's good.
we also recognize that sometimes you might not want auto layout in the first place.
No.
And for example, if I drag these buttons in, I might drag them in here, expecting them to just plop in with absolute positioning. But instead, I'm getting them in a vertical stack. That's not what I want. Now,
All right.
today, when you drag in Figma, if you then hit Control, you
Cool.
can just position those buttons.
So if you hit control, there is an auto
Okay, so here's a bit of a
like,
bigger example. We have this
fixed
tablet design
placement.
here.
Cool.
Also complex, also would be messed up if I just apply to auto layout. Let's see what happens when I click suggest auto layout.
Yeah, you can do shift, like Command Shift A.
So
It's enough.
it just automatically figured it out, and it works.
It's pretty good.
I will say, though, that while this example does work, the larger your example is, the more unlikely suggest auto layout is to work. So the smaller it is, the more likely it will just function properly. But I hope this makes it a lot easier to engage with auto layout and to start getting structured with your designs.
That's a pretty interesting way, and I like the fact that he said that it will break and it will suggest when
All
the
right.
UI and
As part of our
layout is
usability efforts, we
easier.
also thought ahead about how
So
to make it easier to
I
get started
think
in Figma.
that's pretty good.
And we've been working with our friends at Apple and Google to bring you the latest iOS 18 and Material 3 kits right inside of Figma.
It's pretty good. Please shout out Joey Banks
We're using
again.
our assets panel
No?
to overhaul too
Fuck off.
as part of this redesign. And if I click into one of these kits, you can see that it's
So yeah, Abdullah, yes, also hi.
and I can also search within the kit for what I want.
I like that. That's
Now I can
crazy.
say, "Go to buttons, find what I need, and I can just plop it right in. We've also made a Figma simple design system to show you as well. So let's try to click this bottom tab and go into dev mode. Or sorry, first actually, before we do that even, let's see what happens when we change our theming using variables and modes. So if I click here and switch to dark mode, you'll see that all that automatically works. For Material 3, I can
Yeah.
switch from auto light theme to dark high contrast.
God damn it. Okay.
And
Cool.
the simple design system for Figma, we can also do this for going from responsive mobile to tablet.
I see.
Now, if I switch over to dev mode, like I promised you earlier, and I'll make this a tad smaller, I can click on this tab bar here, and you'll see I automatically, through Code Connect, get the Swift UI code I need.
Flora, hi, welcome on in.
I'll also get the compose code I need, and in the case of the simple design system from Figma, the React code that I need as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really react much. It's better for me to like show you what's happening and then just give you my ID when things are good or bad, but I can't really
All right.
react much.
Next up.
The Code Connect is really cool. Actually, hi, welcome on in. Though the main issue that I have with Code Connect is that it is an extremely paid feature, and it works only or mostly when you are in the top level.
Easier than ever to use and design
So
and
that's
build with.
kind of bad.
And of course,
I have a question also. Can you still hear the video if I do that?
doing this.
Because if that's the case, that would be way easier.
So to quickly recap, you've seen a redesigned UI. We've introduced suggest auto layout.
I need to shut the fuck up for you to hear the video, but like,
Figma. But there's more we can simplify beyond the editor, and in particular, we know that we need to focus on billing and sharing workflows.
it doesn't bother me
We build
at the
Figma
same
for
time.
different personas: freelancers, small agencies, startups, large enterprises, and more.
Mm-hmm.
And our focus has been on making it really easy for product teams to collaborate
Mm-hmm.
in an organization historically. That means that we've had a bit of a gap. And for freelancers and agencies working with external clients, we definitely have gaps such as extra costs when adding external collaborators to your team, and more as well. And today I want to share with you some of our plans for how we plan to start addressing and closing some of these gaps. This will all happen over time. So we always are a little bit nervous when we introduce and talk about things that are very forward-looking. But I also want to be a bit more open about this roadmap because I think it's very important. So first thing is, we're focused on connecting your workspaces. The working name for this is Figma Connect. We also do have Code Connect, and given that that might change as a name in the future, but you can think of it as sort of like Slack Connect, which is why we have the Connect in the name. Figma Connect will let you work with external clients in a new shared workspace using your existing Figma seats. And we hope to launch this in early 2025.
That's interesting.
Second, we want to solve for the transfer of projects from agencies to clients.
That's pretty good.
There's a number of ways to improve this workflow, and our goal is to ship some of these improvements in the coming months.
And
So much more.
technically, that specific thing is going to be the reason, or is the reason why they have to change off draft thingy. I guess that's the explanation that they are going to give us in a second.
Recently, we improved this with 2 new features. I want to reshare them here and make sure that everyone is aware of them. First, you can increase the cadence of notifications from editor upgrades if you'd like on your team. And second, you have the choice to require admin approval for each editor upgrade as well. So if you prefer the current frictionless collaboration of
I
Figma.
don't think so. I
You know,
think
it
the
is what it
reason
is.
why they had the
But
change
if you
of
want to
drafts
have
is
a
not
manual
necessarily to do
upgrade
more
with
paywall. It's
approval,
more
you
for,
can
as
also
we
set that
said,
up
like
too,
an
giving you the
easier way
control and
to
the flexibility
manage
that he
everything
has
on the
adapted.
back end
This is
side
just a
for
start,
them.
and I'm looking forward to
So
sharing much
having
more with you about
each and every
going into that
user have the
in my
exact
talk.
same like uh, account layout is a pretty
All
good
right.
idea.
So we just talked a lot about how we're evolving Figma for our core users. Now I want to dive into how we're making Figma a better experience
Morton, hi. Welcome
for
on in.
developers. And to tell us more, yeah, developers. There we go. We got one in the audience right there. So to tell us more, let's welcome Emil, engineering manager for Dev Mode, to the stage. Welcome, Emil.
I think the draft update was not bad in terms of implementation inside of Figma, but really bad in terms of how they communicated with everyone on Twitter and on other platforms. It's just like the wording was really bad, and they had a bit of an issue on how to communicate what was the change and why the change was done. So that I think that's why it's taken as bad, but it was pretty good. Corbin, hi, welcome on in.
To date, teams have marked over 4 million designs as ready for dev. And that's a lot of stuff to build. And over the past year, we've continued to make huge improvements to dev mode with things like the annotation tools, a revamped compare changes, and much more. These releases, as well as hundreds of other improvements, have been driven by you, our community. And we wouldn't be where we are here today without your feedback. So please keep it coming. We continue to read it. So what's next? Today, we're introducing some huge updates to dev mode to support the realities of an iterative design process.
That's good.
We want to simplify the inspection of large files, making it easier to find what you need. And we want to help you bring your code and design closer together to speed up all those developer workflows.
That's going to be a paid feature.
With that, let's jump in.
That is going to be a paid feature. Also, we haven't had any AI notification yet on that second part.
So as a designer, this file probably looks pretty common. There's a bunch of riffs here, different ideas, and just a whole lot of work in progress. And this can be a bit messy, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. We know that good design takes a lot of iteration.
Good.
Speaking of iteration, I recently made some updates to one of the designs here. Today, when I make these kinds of changes, it's not immediately obvious when I'm finished making my edits. But now, this frame has a new yellow indicator. It's in a new edited state, as you can see.
That's a bit pixelated.
Launching today, I can now click on this
Nishit, hi, welcome on.
mark it as ready for dev, leaving a note describing the changes. In this case, I added some spacing. There, I'm done with my changes.
It looks interesting, but I don't know exactly if it's good. Nishit.
Let me put on my developer hat here. And just like this, the file is starting to look a bit scarier. What do I need to work on? And am I even looking at the correct version? That's something I ask myself every single day. Now, we shipped ready for dev last year, which helps, but we want to make it even easier for you to find what you need, and especially when designs live across many different pages in the file. So today, we're launching the new Ready for Dev view, which I can find here at the top left of any file with Ready for Dev content in it. With this new view, I can see all the different work in progress and everything that's ready for dev in the file, hiding anything that's not relevant to me as a developer.
I mean,
Yeah, I like it too. So here at the top, for example, we can see this message that Dylan, or myself, my designer persona, just left me, where we added some spacing. So let's click into this to get some more details.
probably will.
This brings us to Focus View, which we're
Okay.
introducing today. Focus View cuts out all the canvas clutter and just shows me the design that I actually want to inspect and nothing else. On the right-hand side here, yeah, you can clap. That's allowed.
No, no, Okay, so you want to have a focus view of something, a specific page that works in collaboration with another page, and you can't
In addition to
have
this,
both of them at the same time in
also
view.
change some things related to
That
accessibility
is,
of the design.
ugh,
I can quickly
man,
select a version here in the past to see the differences, and
that's good though.
I didn't see that many differences, which means this will probably be pretty quick to implement. But I do want to check on those responsiveness changes
That's good.
just to make sure. Now, of course, I could click into every single layer here and inspect the Flexbox properties. That's going to take a long time, too long for this keynote. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the prototype viewer. Once it loads here, I'm going to resize and, well, this is not exactly what I want, right? It's just scaling the design up and down. But launching today, we have a new responsive setting for the prototype viewer. With this, I can easily see how my design should work across many different screen sizes, giving me the confidence that I am implementing it correctly. So now that I'm done,
Have a good drinking time, okay?
all I need to know is to let Dylan know. So launching today, we now have the ability to mark a design as completed, which I'm going to do.
That's good.
This will send a notification to Dylan and really close that loop. But of course, designing products is never a linear process. So when more updates roll in, say Dylan changes his mind, the designs will go back to ready for dev state and also send a notification back to me again.
That's good if it's
Dev
automatic.
flows will help you and your teams better stay in sync in what can be a messy process.
That's
But
good.
this process doesn't end in Figma. Your designs also need to maintain consistency as you go to code and eventually reach your customers. Many of you rely on design systems for this. But all the benefits of having a great design system in Figma kind of go out the window if developers aren't using it as well. One of the reasons this is difficult today is that what you see in dev mode doesn't always reflect what you actually have in your code base already. Let's go over here and inspect this button to show you what I mean.
4 pages, god damn.
It's not immediately clear to me that we already have existing React code for this component in our code base.
That's a fair point.
And the last thing I want for somebody to do is re-implement this button like 10, 20 times. Not only does that waste a whole lot of time,
I didn't check
but you're
that.
also likely to miss design details or forget about important things like accessibility.
It's a fair point.
So this is why we built Code Connect, which is launching out of beta today. Code Connect is a way for you to bring your design systems directly into dev mode. And you've actually already seen this technology in action. It's the same tech that powers the code for the UI kits you saw earlier. But now I want to show you how you can make use of Code Connect for your design systems. So let's jump into VS Code quickly.
I think it is an enterprise plan only,
Files that live in your code base to create a link
which is sad.
your code and your Figma component. And sometimes for good reason, components in design and components in code are just set up and structured differently. You work in different ways, and that's OK. With the Code Connect SDK, you can describe these differences with a few lines of code, which is what we've done here. Once we're done, all we need to do is run a command.
I can't read that.
Changes to Figma. Let's see if I remember this command.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's head back over to dev mode. So we'll soon see this code show up for this button. But remember, it's not just any code, but it's actually real code from your own design system. And there it is. As we select other component,
I think this is pretty good. I kind of talked about it in the past when they announced it, Code Connect in the beginning, but the fact that you can have real VS Code, whatever ID you have, code from the dev connected to the Figma file immediately, this is really good. Specifically for the new generation of designers that are also design engineer that can do the code at the same time. It's pretty good.
What is in the design?
But I wish it worked both ways.
Community, for example. And you can see that the code updated. So the code is always in sync with your designs wherever you view them.
I don't know if it only works with React, but probably yes.
Drive adoption of their design systems to ensure that code that already exists is never being rewritten. A couple weeks ago, we sat down with the team over at Spotify to hear about their experience with Code Connect.
There is a there is a drop down for the languages, but I have a feeling that it will be like limited in the beginning to some stuff like React and basic like CSS, HTML elements. But I also have some doubts when it comes to other more niche languages. At the end of the day, the syntax is just different, but it's the same thing, so it should be good. What I do
Ramen
like about it, and I'm sorry, but
2810 is
this
now
person is
following.
talking about specifically what they're doing, and I'm talking over them. But what I do like about it is the fact that you, as a dev, if you flag something as already done in dev, you will have in Figma when you're like looking at stuff, the ability to check and say, okay, so this thing I have already done, it looks the same that I have the code that is linked to it, so that makes sense. And if you have something that looks the same that the code is not linked to it, then it's a new component, and that kind of help to ensure all of that. But that's a debatable thing. I need to test it out to make sure that it works. Also, Ramen, thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. Well, Colin.
And all other features will be available on organization and enterprise plans.
Figma redesigned the entire UI. Login. You will see that in a second, probably.
All right, Dylan, back over to you.
Thank you, Emil. Good job.
T-shirt?
We can find out about the T-shirt. All right. So let's talk about AI.
Count it, please.
I noticed this little sparkle
Thank you.
at the bottom of the toolbar and wondered what it is. This is our new Actions panel. And Actions can do all sorts of things. You can type in it and trigger all sorts of commands from within Figma. It is also the new entry point for AI.
Count it.
Our approach to bringing AI to Figma
Count it.
is address real pain points that impact your workflow.
I hit the button.
So you can explore more of the option space and be more creative. Jordan Singer planted the seeds of these ideas years ago when he explored GPU
One more, please.
with his designer plugin. And we're so excited that he joined our team last year. The entire team at Figma has been working on some of these things that you're about to see, and I'm very excited to show you what we are going to be able to do. So there's 3 things that we're focused on with this functionality. First, getting started. Who hasn't faced a blank canvas before and wondered how they could get through it? Second, finding what you need. And who doesn't want to find what they need?
Yeah.
Third, staying in the flow and making sure that you are not hitting the speed bumps in your design process and that we're able to help you be more creative. So let's dive in.
I think you need to have like a message in between your message. Like if you have exclamation mark AI followed by exclamation mark AI, it doesn't go through.
And I'll start with make design.
Make a design.
Let's go from a prompt to a design, and you can use it to get past the blank canvas problem and quickly explore variations. This is just the start of what we want to do here, but I'm really excited to share it with you because I think it indicates a lot of directions you can go, which I'll share more about a little bit later on. So I click make design. I can start typing in what I want. So for example, let's type in a pizza finder app with a map and a card for a selected restaurant.
That's a new UI. That's what changed.
So you'll see that it says working on the bottom. And what's happening here is that as it's working, it's communicating with an LM, in this case, OpenAI, and then it's pulling in images as well from a diffusion model. It's using all that, doing all that, and figuring out how to lay out a screen using some design systems that we've created at Figma. You can see it's got Tony's Pizza, which should actually figure out how to do the letters for, maybe not all the letters. From there, you can see that we've got selected state. I can change the theme really easily.
Damn.
And I can also make more changes.
Okay, this is yeah, OpenAI accounts too,
Beautiful.
but
This
this is
color right here, I can easily change it
damn.
to whatever I'd like. I can change my corner radius, so you'll see over here in these buttons, as I change that, it will shift. I can change my spacing, and I can change the font that it's using as well until I find what I want. Okay, so let's try something that's a bit more complex. Let's try a portfolio website. It's more of a desktop and web-based target.
Damn.
I'm going to go back to make designs, and this time I'll say a personal portfolio.
Ah.
Make it interesting. So let's do an architect, probably a sustainable architect. So let's see, website,
I like how he's
sustainable,
specifically using very, very niche
call it a middle market.
words. Like I want an architect portfolio. Like that's extremely specific. I feel like that's what has been trained on.
And let's see what it comes up with. So it comes up with eco-architecture,
Damn.
definitely bringing in the sustainability right away for
Huh?
designing sustainable spaces in Middle Earth, based in Rivenow. It's Elrond, of course. He's our architect that we're focused on today. And it's going to pull in some images as well. You never know what it comes up with, so it's always a surprise, which is pretty fun. He seems very serious.
Yeah, it is similar to what Framer has done for sure.
Nice Hobbiton eco village there.
Similar at
I
least.
wouldn't mind moving in. Some people have referred to me as the Hobbit before. Yeah, I mean, even got client testimonials, impact, contact us. So maybe what I want to do is maybe make it easier to reach out and contact.
I want to see that.
So I'm going to go to the prompt portion. And I'm going to write in add a
Good.
contact form.
Cool. That's what I wanted to see. So if it works and it can add a section
For the footer.
and properly place it.
And let's see what it does.
Dang.
It actually works.
All right, cool.
So we have a little contact form now.
Uh,
Of the footer.
all right.
This is just a start. And I could do this all day and play around with this, and I have. But just to quickly show you some of the Hall of Fame of what we've seen so far people make on our team. Here is a ride-sharing app, for example. You can see here there's a bit of a financial application, something to find restaurants. Here's a task tracking.
Yeah.
We're really trying to make it so that you can make the most obvious thing in the most obvious way possible just to get over that blank canvas problem. Here's a restaurant website or a coffee website. This one's pretty fun. It's a cyberpunk futuristic.
It's not pretty fun. It's basic, but
With it, you can see
it's
some
just
key
had a
designs,
nice
like,
picture.
I wouldn't mind this jacket, I'm not going to lie. Or you could just maximize your social media engagement. That works too. Influence Max, it's got all.
It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
We also have gotten a lot of feedback as we've beta tested this feature. And the number one piece of feedback we've already received, and I suspect many of you might have, is can I use my own design system with this?
Thank you.
And the answer is not yet.
Good.
But we want to get there. And so we started doing some experiments. They're early experiments. But for example, we've been collaborating with Chen, who makes a really interesting crypto app design kit in the community. And these are some example outputs from that. We've also been collaborating with our friends at Google and experimenting with Material 3 as well. And nothing to share in terms of something that's you can use today, but here are some example outputs that have been generated from that experiment that I think are really quite good and impressive. And not only that, but this was powered
You can postpone the meeting, Jonathan. It's gonna be fine.
and
You have something important to
how
watch.
different models make different types of content. So as we showed you earlier too, the Material UI kit uses Code Connect to give you that real dynamic code when you develop your Android app with Compose. We can do the same thing here, go into dev mode, and get the code right out. So that was Figma AI and Make Designs. We're just
Count it.
started, and so excited to keep building this with all of you in our community and move this forward.
Thank you. It's really interesting though.
Okay, next up. I don't know about all of you, but my Slack has a lot of things that look like this. This is a example channel from Uber called Design Finder. And they use it to post screenshots from which they can then search for assets in Figma. So for example, here's a screenshot of the app, and they're saying, hey, does anyone know where the Figma file for this design is? Does anyone else have a channel like this?
Yes.
Several of us. OK. So I'm going to paste this right in. And one thing that I promised to show you was, how do you find what you're looking for? So let's try to do that. I'm going to now use this search for similar command to see what it does. And right away, it finds for me within Figma the right screen for that.
That's really cool.
And it's all in vector forms. Like, I mean, I can navigate this, I can change things. It's exactly what I need. Now, maybe I'm thinking to myself, oh man, OK, I need to get the screen that's after this next, and I just totally don't remember what it's called. Probably some of you have had that happen before.
Got a flow to
So what I'm going to
find.
do is I'm going to search here for a string
That is a cute ass
confirm your pickup
illustration.
spot. And I immediately get screens that are relevant. So now just drag that in as well. And now I've got my pickup spot right there. And I was able to do it. It says pickup refinement. Apparently,
Sorry for the ads.
I never would have remembered that. But now I can find it with just the string. OK, next, what I want to do to build this out is I know there's like this icon somewhere where it's sort of like a circle. It's got almost like crosshairs to center the map, but I don't really remember what it's called. So I'm just going to draw this with the pencil tool.
Okay, if that works, that's crazy.
So I'm going to draw a circle. And it's not my best work, but all right, I'm going to group this and say search for similar. And now if I go to components, you'll see that I get this
Damn.
icon right there. I can just drag that in.
That's crazy.
So what we hope is that this will make it much easier to find what you need in Figma. Now, if you're not on a big Figma team, you might be wondering, well, what does this mean for me? That's nice, but it doesn't apply. It actually is still interesting, I promise. So if we go to the community tab here and search for example, admin dashboard UI, you'll see that it's able to search across our entire Figma community, and you're able to then pull in the result that you want. So for example, here's a beautiful dashboard that I was able to just pull in from the community.
Damn.
And this is also attributed right away to the creator. So if I click
That's good.
you can see that
So credit is done and marked.
And Shugab not only has exactly what I pulled in, but I can now also look at all that, oh, not that.
Yes, Dad.
But all sorts of pages within their UI. And I can also look at other things that they've created in the community as well. Honestly, I think this is one of the most interesting parts of search, is being able to find all these cool fragments within the community that you can pull from.
That's pretty impressive of a feature.
All right, so visual search for the community will be coming soon. We want to make sure we iron out the details first.
I hope it does.
Will be live as part of this AI rollout.
AI, count it.
OK, next up, how do we help you stay in the flow using AI? So this
Twice.
is the app that I want to build out.
I need the button.
And you can see there's some ingredients, but I'd like to make them longer. I like to put a picture in, things like that. So let's see what I can do to speed up my workflow, stay in the flow, and get this out. So I'm going to first just select this component. One thing that I typically do is I might duplicate this component a few times. You'll see now I get this helpful suggestion to replace content. If I press it, it'll just replace that with the right ingredients that I might want.
That's pretty cool. It's useless,
If I go to
but it's pretty cool.
frame, I can just click and drag.
Ah, finally. So
And now
this is a feature that we used to have on XD, which is really good.
all sorts of great content into your
But
application.
that will help to have
So
copywriting.
I see my Aunt Jerry sitting right there. She's really a big fan of lemon bars. She's been making lemon bars for me for a long time, so we're going to put in lemon bars. And I'm going to say make an image, and I'm just going to type in lemon bars, make it, and I'm going to get 4 different images of lemon bars, hopefully. It's always I'm always very nervous waiting for the results to return. Okay, so let's see which one looks the most appetizing. I like that one quite a lot. And you can see we have a recipe.
Beige, hi, welcome on in.
I don't really want to go and think about what text I should put in there right now. So instead I'm going to say rewrite this and say a description for Aunt Jerry's lemon bars. Indulge in the delightful taste of Aunt Jerry's famous lemon bars. Okay, it really went long there. Let's say a bit longer and more eloquent. Nope, okay. This is all beta, okay? So, sometimes it doesn't. Another thing we can do is we can remove the background. So let's say that I've got this image here, it's a component, and I want to see what this looks like if I remove the background of that image. So I'll press remove background.
All right, so the remove background plugin is now useless. I mean, you don't need to pay for it, so that's pretty cool.
Now, one thing that we often do as designers is we
The hair detail. You can't see that on stream, but the hair detail, goddamn.
other languages. And so
Press it.
I can also translate this to other languages as well. Now, I want to see if my design works in German first because these are very long strings.
Obviously.
And so let's see what happens.
That's crazy. Crazy impressive, but crazy.
All right. There is a slight issue that I found, which is that in German, you can see there's truncation here. And so what I'm going to do is in this main component, I'm going to make it just a little bit wider in order to make it so that all of that just works regardless of whatever language I'm in. All right. Let me go back to English. Perfect. So one other thing on the screen before we move on, you're going to notice that there's a bunch of different frames, components, and
Rename your layer. Have a good meeting.
Hand this off to everyone and have them see my messy layer names. A little bit self-conscious, especially in front of all of you about that. So I'm just going to say name layers as well and see what happens. And what should happen is that it's going to go through all of these different layers.
The UI was really cool. I don't know if you saw, but there was one that just was written and then rewritten with something better. That was great.
Features I'm showing today. So we finish up the screen. I'm going to pull it over here, and now we've got this entire flow. So what would I do next? Next up, I want to prototype this. I need to add some noodles in and figure out the different sources and targets.
AI prototype?
But what if AI could help here as well? So
Count it?
we're going to type, or go to make prototype and see what happens. And you can see that it's starting to draw the connections between my screens.
Thank you. That's crazy as well.
And it even gets the search as well. So let's see what the preview is going to be like. If I click, I can see that it's working. I can go to my, it says lemon cookies there, but that's okay. And I can even go back
Dang.
and just really easily navigate my application here. Even scroll. And if I go to the responsive tab in the view,
Yeah.
I can show off that responsive view one more time. It's kind of fun.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
All right. So all the AI features you just saw
Count it.
are now in beta. That beta will be rolling out with the UI 3 beta. We don't know how many people are going to be using this or how much they'll be using these features yet. And we don't know the underlying costs, just to be very honest about it. So this year, we're going to absorb those costs in 2024. And sometime
Thank you.
in 2025, we're going to update everyone on additional fees for these features once we understand more what the usage looks like. The generative features you've seen today were built with all off-the-shelf models. And as you try these features out, you'll see they're a good start, but there's a lot more we can do to accelerate you further in your workflow. There's a lot of context and nuance around design that today's models don't have. And to build the most useful AI for designers,
Count it.
we need to develop models that better understand design concepts and how to apply them in Figma.
Thank you.
One example is our design generation feature. It's a good start, but as you use it, you're going to see that it gives you the most obvious solution in the most obvious form possible. And you also see that you really want to make it work with your own design system. To make this happen, we need to train Figma AI models on the way
Count it.
systems are built, as
Got
well
it.
as design concepts in Figma. We see a world where our rudimentary design generation features evolve into a way for you to explore the option space of possibilities, a way for you to rapidly navigate
That's not centered. That
and create
that's
more
not centered.
designs. The way to get there is that we need to train models that actually understand UI. So we need to start training on Figma data, and we want to share our approach to doing that with you. I want to do this in the most transparent way possible, so
That is great.
literally here are the settings that you can toggle. Starting today, admins can control these settings, which will go into effect on August 15th. Starter and professional plans are opted into content training by default, and they can also opt out of that if they like. Due to contractual agreements, organization and enterprise plans are opted out by default. Regardless of whether you opt out or opt in, we're committed to protecting your data and respecting your privacy.
That's good.
All right.
That is good. Thank you.
Figma AI. This is just a
Count
start,
it.
and there's so many more opportunities for how we can help designer workflows. Today, in addition to AI, we launched
Again, twice.
We launched updates to dev mode, including the GA of Code Connect and hold on. Can someone pull up my speaker notes?
One more.
Sorry.
God damn it.
One sec. Let me see if I can fix this.
That's a one more thing type of situation.
Oh, yes. OK. We actually have one more thing to announce. Today,
What did I say?
to announce and introduce you all to Figma Slides.
I see. I see what they did there. Mm-hmm. Also, Chris, hi. Welcome in.
Figma Slides is purpose-built for collaboration, and I can see that Mahika has entered the file. Oh, Mahika is cursor chatting. Dylan, should I come up now? Yeah, go for it. Everyone, please welcome Mahika to the stage. Mahika
Okay.
is the product manager for Figma Slides.
So far, 22 AI words. Pretty good. Probably 23. And now we have Figma Slides, which is basically what I designed in my previous company. And it was exactly the same design. I'm going to probably try to find it and see if we can like just compare soon.
One fun fact about Figma Slides is that it originated as a Maker Week project, which is our internal sort of hack.
Every time.
And it's been amazing to see the bottoms-up effort come to life. Back in Maker Week, fun fact, you called the project Flides.
Yes. And Dylan made me promise that we wouldn't go to market with Flides as the name of the product.
You may have lost that battle, but I'm going to let you do the demo. So see you soon.
See ya. Across the years, we've seen many of you use Figma in unexpected ways.
Yes.
In fact, last year alone, we saw over 3.5 million presentations created inside of Figma.
Damn, that's a lot.
Hands. How many of you are using Figma for your slide decks today?
I do.
Thanks to all of you for presenting without speaker notes all these years. Now, all too often, your slides inside of Figma look a little something like this. You have prototyping noodles that you have painstakingly wired up across the entire file, only to realize that they no longer make sense the second you reorder 2 of your slides. You have speaker notes littered across the entire canvas, and perhaps most painful of all, the second you need to collaborate with the rest of your team, you're going to export your mocks and slides one by one into another tool. And yet,
Probably.
you still build in Figma.
Yeah.
Figma Slides channels the power of Figma in a form purpose-built for telling your story. After all, visual communication is the most powerful form of.
I mean, if Figma Slide was using the power of PowerPoint, that would have been weird. But, you know, hey, you do you.
Okay, now before people start requesting edit access to this file, if no one requests edit access, I promise to make the file public right after this keynote, okay?
Too late.
Okay, so here we have a pre-launch review for a new product, Earthling.
One.
In Figma Slides,
Two.
we sweat the details so that you
3.
wouldn't have to. So for example, if I wanted to go ahead and change the
Still.
slide from white to black, you'll notice that the text color updates automatically as well.
Pretty good. So that's AI for you, but also.
Work with black and white, but with any color in our color wheel.
So contrast accessibility is a thing now.
This way,
We
can
like that.
focus on the big picture. Speaking of big picture, over here we have grid mode.
Good.
We've seen all of you leverage the power of the infinite canvas inside of Figma, and we wanted to give you a bird's eye view into your entire presentation.
That's
You
great.
can go ahead and better structure and massage your narrative. So if I want to go ahead and move this research section up, I can do so easily. And if I want to go ahead and reorder my slides, you'll see that everything reflows.
I see details that I've built in the previous tool, which is crazy. Like the number,
But when I'm pulling together a presentation,
that was
I'm
crazy.
often going to cobble together slides from various sources and pull them into my file. See here, I pulled together slides from 3 different templates and have myself a little Franken deck.
Yes.
But
Yeah, the numbers.
give you the ability to ensure
These
that
ones
the
and the
deck
corner
has a
ones,
consistent look and feel.
the blue was the same.
Picker,
The
you have
placement was kind of the
ability to
same.
use different styles
and
in order to ensure
The overall layout was the same, which is
are all
crazy.
order. So let me flip this into the same style as the rest of my presentation and
That's
go ahead and
interesting.
shuffle the colors as well.
These numbers right there. These ones.
I can
In
also
tiny
use this
modes.
view to animate my slides. And we've brought in the best of prototyping into Figma Slides as well. So I can go over into my Animate tab and change the transition from none to my favorite, Smart Animate.
Yes. Thank you. That's
Now,
good.
If I go into my presenter view, which has my speaker notes right here, I'll be able to test out my transitions.
That is good. I can't deny that. That is a great job on their end.
All right, now let's zoom into slide 16 for some focused editing.
Good
I
job
see
in
that this
transition.
slide needs a little bit of tweaking. First of all, the text, there's just way too much of it. So when it comes to AI inside of Figma Slides, not only do we have the actions panel that Dylan just walked you through, but
Sorry.
we also have this custom
Sorry.
text tone dial.
I
If
forgot.
I want to go more concise and a little more professional, I can just drag the dial and see my text automatically update.
That is impressive. For the tone map, that is impressive.
You can use this exact same tone dial to take an outline and flesh out your entire presentation. Now, over here on the left, I have an image. And oh my God, I have a typo in my image. Now, most of the time, anytime you spot something wrong with your designs, you need to go back into Figma, edit the designs there, re-export it, and come back into your slides tool. Well,
That is
we
true.
support seamless copy-paste throughout all of our products. And if I want to drill down and edit my text directly in here, I can do so as well.
Yeah.
Not only that, but I can take advantage of the responsive design from earlier in order to better have this mock fill the space.
It's pretty good.
All right. Now, just as dev mode gave the ability to
Do I count this one?
different audiences, designers and
I
developers
think I think
operate in the same file with their own distinct tools.
I count it.
So too does Figma Slides. Introducing design mode. Now, I see all of my Figma design favorites are right here. Auto layout, just one click away. Vector editing, bam. And if I see that this text here needs a little bit of hanging punctuation, I can go ahead into my detailed editing and toggle that on. What's really nice is that when I go back into slides mode, all of this stays editable as well. So that
And what's the point then?
can take advantage of the edits that I'm making.
Yes, you can animate element between slides with smart animate
So
shit.
stoked for
It
all
works.
of the creation features inside of Figma Slides. I am equally excited to debut a lot of the way that we have rethought the presentation.
Shit.
In
Not bad.
particular, whenever I'm giving a presentation, I pretty much feel like I'm talking to a wall. Not all audiences are as phenomenal as you guys. So, inside of Figma Slides, we
There was no claps.
turn one-way
None.
presentations
Not a single one.
into two-way conversations. Let's say I wanted to bring in an
gonna count this one.
into my deck. A lot of the time, the way that you're going to do this is via a screen recording. But anytime you edit your designs, you waste time recording and re-recording, and most designers give up and just use static mocks. Well, with Figma Slides, we give you the ability to copy a prototyping link, paste it into your deck, and have it load automatically.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. If I do say so myself.
When I hit present, I have the ability to engage directly with the presentation. So I can go ahead, hit the search bar, scroll over to the map, and move around. And even cooler, if I go ahead and spotlight Raji, I can see him interact with the prototype. Look, man, no hands.
That is great. I'm impressed.
Whenever I'm giving a presentation, I'll often stop for some questions, see how the audience is feeling, and most of the time, crickets. Well, inside
Like a second ago.
we brought in polls, face piles, and more in order to keep your audience engaged. So what Config 2024 launch are you most excited for?
Apparently. There is AI on screen. I'm gonna count it.
Voting on this file live.
You know.
On top of this, as a PM, one of the biggest struggles I have is constantly chasing down my stakeholders for alignment. And so we've brought alignment scales to Figma Slides.
Oh.
Put this one in before the demo this morning, and we're going to vote on whether we strongly agree or strongly disagree whether Slides is the superior name for this product.
No, but this is really interesting. This is
Mahika, thank you.
this is really good.
Slides is rolling out a beta starting today. We got
God damn.
all your templates to get you started, and of course, you can even create your own for your team to use. It's free for everyone during 2024 and in early 2025. It'll continue to be free on starter plans or $3 to $5 a month, depending on your paid plan. All right, to learn more about all the new features that we launched and shared today, check out the deep dive.
GK, hi, we're calling.
Dev Mode, Code Connect, and Figma Slides. We couldn't squeeze everything into today's keynote, And so we have just a few more updates to share, and I'll do them fast. One is for our desktop app. We have a redesigned desktop app tab strip, an updated new tab page experience, and also a new file experience in the file browser. And the next one I'm especially excited to share. We also have pages in FigJam.
That's pretty cool.
Add multiple pages to a FigJam board. And I'm very
I don't
been making such great
care,
use. We are loving this inside
but
of
that's pretty cool.
Okay, we launched a lot of stuff today, and as we close, I have some short parting thoughts that I want to share. To build more unique products in a future with AI, your craft will be the differentiator. For us at Figma, craft is both seen and also felt. And we know we need to continuously raise our bar to meet yours. This means continuing to expand the breadth of our capabilities while also improving the quality of the software that you use every day. You're going to hear Jesper, the CEO of Teenage Engineering, and me talk more about this in our closing keynote later this afternoon. And please join, because I think it's going to be my peak cool moment to be sitting next to Jesper on stage.
Silence.
Saturday would not have been possible without hundreds and hundreds of Figmates that worked on these features. So please join me in giving them a round of applause.
That was pretty good.
Figmates and the Figma community, I am so excited to figure out and work through the future of design and computing with all of you. I want to thank you all for being here with me today, and I cannot wait to meet many of you today and tomorrow. Now please go and enjoy Config. Bye all.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. God damn. I don't know if that they have like people speaking behind that, but I don't think so. This is pretty good. Yeah. All updates for once are good. I'm again extremely scared of the implementation, which is always the case whenever Figma is doing something new. It always have implementation issues. I'm gonna count this one. And the AI features are really good. The Figma slides seems crazy good. And yeah, I feel like that's gonna be such an improvement in your daily life activities. Like there is a ton of shit that's just gonna be easier, better, faster to do. Like the layer renaming section is gonna be crazy good. Because I don't need to name my layers anymore. That's nice. But yeah, it's crazy. 30 seconds recap, which Alex is gonna do. Basically, they revamped the entire UI of Figma, so now we have a floaty UI similar to Spline, Spline, Modify, Studio.design. Everything is like really much a full redesign, and so that's pretty interesting. There is a ton of AI feature. If you type, I mean, you don't type !AI anymore, but like they have said AI 28 times in the entire keynote. They have screen generation, so basically Galileo AI that we tried some months ago is useless anymore. Have a good meeting, Jonathan. Everything when it comes to text changing, the like changing text strings is a real good option. They have changed the language. So going from English to German, for example, was a pretty useful thing. They can generate content on the fly, which is really, really impressive. I wish there was like a page where I could see every updates. And I also wish that the UI updated on my side. That would be a great thing, but I feel like that's going to be for later. So we're going to see how things work. They have announced a new tool called Figma Slide or Flide, which is basically Google Slide as you just saw, but from Figma, which is integrated basically with your design, because we do our slides in Figma directly, and then we use the Figma to Google Slide plugin or the Figma to PowerPoint plugins to link the two. So that happened. Pot, hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. You missed the whole
UX raided my
thing.
stream with 22 viewers.
I hope you're good. Thanks a lot for the raid. Again, I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design questions, feel free to ask. As always, we just took a look at Figma's
Mike Whatware is now following.
Announcement. There is a ton of AI stuff that are really cool. And there was a ton of new features that are really good. So yeah, that was a fun thing. But for those of you in here that don't know Pod is a co-working streamer doing things outside of home lately on co-working in different places. So that's interesting. If you are someone who likes like Pomodoro Timer and really chill vibes, go there and check it out. And also, I missed that. Mike, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. You think the screen generation is the worst of them? I kind of disagree. I think the screen generation is really good. I feel like the output has been like cleaner than all the other things. And you're welcome. Yeah, no, I really like the screen generation. I feel like it's gonna be useful, as the line said again, as he said. Right now, it is mostly generating and creating layouts that are the most basic option. And so, have a good lunch. Take care of yourself, and thanks a lot for the raid again. And so it is the most basic layout, but I feel like now I can just prompt Figma and say I need a profile page. That's it. I need a desktop profile page. Give me a desktop profile page, and it does the thing, and then I can tweak the profile page and be good. Also, Nishit, good job on dropping. So, I can see at least this model in the finished product. Yeah, you made it. There was the ads in front of you, but you made it. Yes. I think it's going to be really useful for ideation and exploration. Yes, Kane, 100%. I also think that it's going to be extremely useful when it comes to in 2 years. Like, again, I've been saying that for like 2 years now, but AI right now and generation models right now are the worst they are going to be. And for Figma to have the ability to currently generate such detailed and good-looking examples on their first iteration of the model or the use of the model is kind of crazy. I love the fact that they have the opt-in option for the training models. And I love the fact that they know that we want to use our own design systems to generate our own layouts. Um, and so that is gonna be like pretty good. The fact that, as they say, they are absorbing the cost of AI right now until 2025, basically 6 months. So same thing as last time for dev mode, right? They said dev mode is free in beta until it's released to everyone. So right now it's the same thing. We have that release that is pretty impressive. Figma Slide is also free for the next 6 months. So again, right? You know what that means? You need to generate as many slide file as you can until 2025. So if you can create templates on your own, on your side, to have these things done in the free tier that will be adequate for anything like a design review or feature presentation or something, do that as soon as you can to generate using the AI tokens that are free today to also like do the slides and the AI tokens at the same time. I do agree with that, GK, 100%. I don't like that they are basically just adding add-ons. What I don't like specifically is that it would, to me, be better to have the full price, the monthly price, go up and have the feature included rather than have the base price plus an add-on. I understand why they do that this way because it's like potentially you don't use dev mode, potentially you don't use slides, potentially you don't use specific thing that they are adding, so that makes sense. But I would rather have to pay 19 instead of 14 per month and have access to everything included in my base price rather than just add-ons. So I do 100% agree with that. I don't think we have had similar pricing model on Adobe side. I mean, technically, yes, right? But Adobe has just splitted the tools, so I don't know. AI can create slides too, Nishi. That's the thing. You can, as I said, until 2025, you have the ability to use AI to generate layouts and slides and tweak things using the AI models today for free. And so that's why I'm saying use that as much as you can until January 2025 to just benefit from that for free. And yeah, that's the plan. The thing that I said last time for dev mode, which is basically what happened, is technically the same thing that will happen this time, which is, how can I say that? All the AI features are going to be so good for free that you are going to need to pay for the higher tier when you don't have access to them. So like it's a conditioning type of situation, which is the same thing that they did before. So they are showing you and giving you access to something that they know you will need later, and they give you that for free for 6 months, and then you need to pay for that. So it is luring everyone in, which is good and bad at the same time. It's a debatable point. I think business-wide, it's a good thing. I think community-wide, it's a bad thing. Like a lot of people are gonna be with that in mind and they think that it's a bad thing, so they just don't like the way that happens. Though some people are gonna do that. They're gonna just try it out and then see that it's okay and forget about it and attempt to use it as little as possible to make sure that they don't get hooked on it. But god dang, that's gonna be complicated. So yeah, that's the thing. The positive side of things, when we had you all had the exact same thing and the exact same reaction of saying that now the jobs of UI designers is kind of non-existent, which makes sense. I love it personally that my job as a UI designer is kind of dead, because that way I can focus on what makes more sense to me, which is like the thinking part, and I don't need to think that much. Um, so yeah, do you have a few good examples of simple photography services website for in your collection? When you say photography services, do you mean like shit like Unsplash for stock pictures, or do you mean something different? Maybe you do. I don't know. No, it's not really that. Like, it's mostly when I was in my previous company, when they had the restructuring because we didn't know if we had enough money to survive, technically for the company to survive, more than 6 months past the point of restructuration, we had to talk, and during that talk, I said, you don't need me anymore. Like, you don't need the designer. You have the design system that I've built. You had the components and the behavior of the component. You don't need me if you just want to do the UI parts and the planning of the features. You can use what I've built, and you don't have to have me in the company. And they say, you know what, we're gonna keep you. And basically what I said was, fire me, please. But they didn't want to do that. Anywho, right now, the best thing that I can think of is they don't need anyone to build the basic and the structure bare bone thing that will technically work, but not well enough. So that's why I'm like kind of liking it, because they will have to hire competent people that understand structure. So GK, for example, is going to be hired more because of the UX expertise that is behind. And as we talked about in the past, GK having less UI skills than UX skills now is kind of non-existent, because you can generate the UIs based on your UX prompt, which your UX prompt are going to be good because you know what you're talking about. So I'm really hyped about that specifically. Like, the people that didn't have a very good UI background will now just need to add the prompt, and that's going to be good. Selling photography, I don't really know about that. Yeah, I don't have enough knowledge on photography selling platform. And also, you said like selling photography services, like baby pics and all that. I don't think Shutterstock is basically what GK is looking for. You have a weird way of defining the thing that you are looking for, GK. I don't know exactly if you are looking for a place where you can sell your skills as a photographer, or you are looking for a place where you can sell pictures that you already have taken, or picture that you have generated, or if you are looking to buy and sell content on platforms. So it's, yeah, I'm unsure. Nonetheless, in all of these descriptions that I just gave you, I don't have any. So, um, oh, I see. Jonathan, welcome back.
Bad AOA, bad.
I think UI designers are gonna be needed for details until these models are gonna be trained on the details. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the future of the UI designers. But then it's hi, welcome on in. How have you been? How are you? It's been a while. What's up, Paul? Hi, welcome on in. Oh, so a photographer has taken picture of things. She needs a website as a photographer, as a pro photographer, and you are asking for references for places or photographer websites that sell pictures or sell services of taking pictures. Aye. I mean, it is worth your time in a way. It's a portfolio. Think about it like this. It's basically a portfolio with a store. The yeah, no, that's about it. Like, yeah. So if you think you can build a portfolio that is good looking and good for photographers, do that. Again, go into Framer templates, look in the section that is portfolio, the portfolio section. I think in the portfolio section there is a section for photographers. You can do the same thing on Webflow templates. Same thing. There is like a photographer section, as far as I remember, and take inspiration there. It is really simple. As Kane just said, it's going to be a repetition grid type of situation. And even though what Kane said was not in relation with the photographer website, but it is basically a grid with pictures. And that's going to be it. There is or has been one tweet that popped in some hours ago that I think is basically what you need to have if you're doing a photography thing, a grid. This is great. Do that. Like this offsetted rotation thing, which is basically what I have here, right? That is technically bad, and that is much better. And now I'm thinking about implementing that because it's better. But that's basically the point, having something that is more organic than what you're used to see. So do that, maybe. I don't know. If you want to do that. Again, that depends on you. But yeah, I think she wants booking system as well. So purchase and calendar option. Not sure if Framer is good for that or if I should go with Weebly, Wix, Squarespace. You can do that in Squarespace. The issue that I will have with Squarespace is the flexibility of the design, because you are gonna be limited to kind of templates and blocks that already exist, rather than Framer that gives you like more uh, hands-on details. But technically, again, for booking options, Squarespace is going to be great because they have the booking option right built in. You can build things. Danny, hi, what's on it? You can build things in Framer with like Lemon Squeezy or other platform like Stripe built in Framer directly to get like the booking. Though the calendar is going to be kind of complicated to get. So I have doubts when it comes to that. That's a fair point. Well, maybe if the design recommendation or request are low, and she can afford it, why not do it if you have the time? Also, you have a new kid, so I get it. You don't really have much time, but you do have sometimes. So, you know, all that. Good job on landing, Jonathan. Congrats. Is that a... Yeah. This is her favorite website. God dang. I'm not gonna share children on stream, but I'm gonna stop here. Which I'm guessing the rest is just a grid, and the arrow page at the bottom is really cool. Like that widget didn't load. Really good. Yeah, I mean, even feature template is kind of just do that. I know it's dumb, but just do that. Just come here, check the free only. You know. Charge her for that. And yeah. Grassham, hi, welcome on in. You're doing pretty good. We are doing pretty good. And if, I mean, technically that's basically what she said. To a degree, right? Right. Right. Good job on dropping and landing initiate. That's good. I mean, it is better, but it's like basically the same thing that she asked for. It's a Masonry grid. It loads. You have the thing. This is broken at the top, but that's a defined different shit, whatever. What you need in there is the booking system. So you can buy the overall thing and like just get that as a base and then introduce the booking system. I think in the like CMS and other options, you may have, specifically now with the advanced form, you may have the ability to do such things, but you can also integrate stuff like cal.co, which is a booking system. Or the other Calendly, right? That's an option. Calendly exists. You can do that, and integrate that through Framer. And again, if we go into Framer University, because I know that that happens, he does a ton and has done a ton of tutorials that would probably do that at the calendar type of situation, all that. Um, so there is probably an option somewhere in there in the either existing component that he has built that are available for free, or in the tutorial that are on YouTube that would give you the ability to just integrate something. Just know that the integration of a booking system might be costly to the owner, so that's a thing. And also using Framer as a base, and I'm using that right now because obviously I use Framer most of the time, but doing so implies at a minimum $100 per year of cost to get the website running, and the price of the hosting, the domain name, and all that she probably already have and pay for, but still, that's cost that needs to be taken into consideration when she is thinking about having a website. And also for you as the provider of the design and the provider of the overall experience, that is going to need to have somehow, um, yeah, 200 is 200, as in $200, euros, for a website. Hmm. Meh. I mean, that could work if you say that you are. Yeah, yeah, that could technically work. It's not the best, but that could technically work. It's a fine thing. Um, I mean, you could work. That AI thing is really good. I like that. Uh, I should disable it though, now that we don't have the AI on in Figma. Stoney, no, I don't really understand what you're asking for. Um, eh, so yeah, that's about it. I think GK, I think you should take the job, right? Why not? Specifically if now you are in parental leave and you still don't have a full-time job, then to me it makes sense to just take the fucking job and do the thing and be good with it. And if you're fast enough and you use one of the templates, either one of the templates that is free or one of the templates that is not free, I am guessing that um, the non-free version may have already built in some like booking features. So, Jackson, that's sad. Also, Mix, hi, welcome on. Config was pretty good. They have added a ton of AI features, which is obviously what I was expecting. They have created a new tool called Figma Slides, which is basically Google Slide, or if you have ever heard of it, pitch.com, inside of Figma directly. So you can use your design, your Figma design inside of the slides. It uses all of the systems of transitions from prototyping, but directly inside of the slide. So that's pretty cool. And it also has the ability now to automate the transitions and the content and all that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Jonathan, do you have the new version of Figma? Because I don't have it. It is not free. It's going to be $3 per month per user because Figma just pays as add-ons, but it's going to be free until 2025. So we all have 6 months right now to use everything for free. The AI feature is going to be free until 2025. The Figma slide is going to be the same thing. The newer version of the dev mode is also going to be free until 2025, and after that, it costs. But it's sad. I wish the UI was here again, but yeah. What do you mean? I said the ability in a very French way. I see. Yeah, and GK for the templates that are available, right? Again, because that's the point. I think, personally speaking, that it's gonna be like not that expensive, probably at best $100 for templates. And if she pays you a certain amount, then you should be good. To me. I mean, it's yeah. Also 5G. Hi, we're going in. I mean, Figma and Ligma, yes, makes sense, but that's one of the issues that I have as a streamer on Twitch to use a tool that sounds like a joke, all that. So there will be a free version and paid version in 2025. Yes, there is a free version of Figma Slide that is limited to 3 slides, 3 decks. So it's the same thing as Project currently in the free tier. And also, I don't know if you have ads right now. Sorry about that. I see, Jonathan. I see. I mean, you are already Brazilian, so you do have already a stereotype of sex appeal that is pretty high. So if on top of that you add French speaking, god damn. Yeah. Oh damn. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. And yeah, GK, other than that, I don't really have much more. Again, I looked at Framer. I know you may not have skills in Webflow. I doubt that you have learned Webflow. They have more stuff. God damn it, what the fuck? I mean, enable subs in Twitch and paste this in your console. Why? 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 All right. So maybe take a look at the Webflow templates. That might work. Why do you want me to paste that? It doesn't look like something that makes sense to me. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that right now. Nonetheless, Webflow is interesting. You can take a look at the templates in Squarespace as well, and that may help. That may help, but yeah. I think that's about it. I kind of want to check that. But that's basically it. Yeah, but it's like words that are said in chat. I don't know. That feels really weird. I can say fuck, but I don't think fuck. It's not a sound-based thing, is it? That's a good question. Fuck is yellow in the console when you type it in text, not when I say it out loud. Right? Makes no sense. So yeah, so that's the thing. It's gonna be $3 per month on first paid tier and 5 for organization. That makes no sense to me. And 2025. That is a new icon that they have. It's pretty cool. They have the introduction. They have the entire UI of Figma right here, which is basically FigJam, but better. Oh, Stony, are you using the closed caption thing? I could have that on my phone. Not him, yeah. So Jackson, Figma is still free. That's the thing. Most of the features of Figma are still free, available in the free tier, but in limited amount. That's the thing. Also, if Figma is watching, I'm not saying anything, but if you are using Figma and you are in the free tier and you are limited to 3 pages right here, you just need to do that and look for plugin called quick new page. And quick new page here, you type 1, 2, 3, 4, and at the end of there, when you do add, it just add your pages, and that is working on the free tier, so you can have like 15,000 pages for free, which we appreciate. Interesting. Isn't it text-based? Anyway, thank you for the link. I appreciate that. No videos yet for the slider. You mean for the Figma slides? Yes, there is one right here. If that's what you're talking about, Mix. Right there, that's the documentation, direct documentation from Figma, which is pretty cool and pretty useful if you want to learn stuff. Yeah. So it's gonna be going through, to your point, is to potentially have a system that also checks for words and then type stuff being checked, right? That's the goal. Stony, to automate that either on my side or on your side or someone's side. Yeah, I think the new UI is gonna be like for later. Is a limited beta. If you don't have access, please hang tight. These updates are rolling out over the coming month. No, you will not be able to do that, Mix. I think the slides to PowerPoint thing is basically sending an image. As far as I remember, it's sending an image through PowerPoint and to PowerPoint directly to just replace the content of the background. Unless they have made an update, but I haven't used PowerPoint in a while, so I don't know. But that new UI is really interesting to me, because let me see, because I talked about that a second ago. I think in one of these, probably, which one is the option? I feel like this one might be the first one. These are massive files, so debatable. Massive files again. But as I was saying is a bit ago, Figma Slides is roughly 80% the same as a design that I did a while back. Which that is broken. You Larkham, you remember the thing that I said a second ago, saying that the color was the same, the number was the same, the position was the same. The same. Small blue number in the same color, in the same radius, in the same space. If I go back to the slide thing, because it's probably going to be visible on technically that design right here on the sidebar is the same as the design right here that I have on my sidebar to a degree. So to me, that is kind of crazy. I'm missing something, which is the overview zoomed out version, which I'm guessing is this one. But yeah, that's pretty impressive. So that's a thing that I've done a while back, and it had some sort of a slide version option with a builder inside. This was really limited in at the time at the build, but the overall UI is roughly similar. That's version 1. as far as I remember, we used to have, guess what, floating navigation tools in the final UI, which apparently I changed to something different at some point. But that was the plan all along. And it is kind of crazy to me to see that this was the outcome. And apparently I have that now. Cool. I wish I could just click here and join the waitlist. That makes sense. I have the more intuitive photo layout for and presentation slide. Can I join the waitlist? No, cool. Good. All good here. Do we have presentation on this one that is changed? May have. This one is the bigger version of this. The layout is kind of broken here. I'm seeing things that are not supposed to have changed anyway. Yeah, tools in the floating bar. Have you seen that? God damn it! So yeah, it's really interesting to me to see that that was now 3 years ago. That design behavior, design system, logic, IDs that we had were like the same system, and that was 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So again, once again, ahead of my time. Let's see if the last one, if we had the last one. I doubt it, because I know that this has been like in standby for a while. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's not the same. That is not the same. And you can say that, yeah, that's an option. But I mean, again, things in cards, a lot of roundness, a lot of AI related stuff. That these ones are 2 years old, and they kind of look similar to what we have now. The thing that is going to come back is this, because if I take my own experience and how much the design that I make 2 to 3 years prior is implemented 2 to 3 years later, this is a thing that I've been trying to do and push back for a while, and it should come back soon, which is good for GK. GK kind of like me doing some gradients, but yeah, that might come back. That might come back. We never know. We never know. Anyways, that's pretty fun. Pretty fun to know that these are good new features. The new UI, I have a bit of a debate on that section. I don't know why. How I feel about it. I also see things that have changed much. As in, like, that icon looks more rounded. It seems most of the icons are also a bit more rounded now. When I'm looking at them from here, also this is extremely pixelated, so I do not taking that at face value, but that's fun. That new alignment section is weird. I don't understand why it is wider than before. I think it's just in order to have like both columns being equal width. Fine, that's a debatable thing. The fact that it's now have padding and titles everywhere, that's pretty interesting. I do like that. The icons are really different, so I like that. The UI here, to me, right now, is extremely close to this. Do we have Artboard Studio? I think I should check that in Teams rather than that. It should have been for Artboard Studio. But basically the UI of Artboard Studio is the same overall feel. Oh, that's why. Maybe. Okay, I see. Let me see if I can find the UI in question I was talking about. I think the one that was right there, a pretty good representation. That you can see the icons being more rounded, the overall UI being more rounded. All of that is from Artboard Studio, and the UI of this tool is really a floaty overall navigation, which is really similar to what Figma just announced. Again, icon looks the same, behavior looks the same, layout looks the same. The positioning of the inspector in Artboard Studio is really similar as well. So that is interesting to me to see that Figma is going into that direction. We'll see how it is implemented, if it's well implemented or not. But yeah, that's I think it is technically docked right now. The new UI is technically docked. It's just that it has a transparent dock. So it looks floating, but I feel like the technicality of it is still docked somewhere. But I do prefer floating UI most of the time because it's just supposed to take the amount of space that it's supposed to take and not more, not less. So for example, for the tools that are at the bottom right here, the current state of the toolbar at the top, there is a ton of wasted space around the title that a lot of time you see me do this to have a better view of what I'm working on, to just get these 50, 80 pixel more top and bottom. It's a detail, but also right now I have my rulers that are displayed. How the fuck do you display rulers from here? Is the ruler going to be on this side of the sidebar? Is it going to be on this side of the sidebar? I don't know. At the top, that makes sense. That's fine. That's okay. But like, that's weird placement, hard to place. All of that. That's kind of complicated to see and imagine. So I don't know, but I do like the fact that going back to like modify, for example. This modify is basically it, right? Let's go back to our host writing person. What is good about modify UI right now, even though they have a bit of a different behavior, but it's the same thing. We have the exact same navigation at the bottom. We have both of the layer list and inspector that is behaving. So right now you can see that the inspector is not showcasing because I have nothing selected. As soon as I select something, the inspector that is relative or technically is showing me only the thing that I can do. Steve, hi, welcome on in. If you want to share the logo, I would love to take a look. Right, I have the bitmap here that is just this, but if I'm taking the whole frame, I have more settings, and I feel like that behavior is good compared to the behavior that we had a second ago on god damn it, on here. Like right here, the inspector is full height, and I don't know if that's going to be that all the time. How much layout shift is going to happen, I don't fucking know. How much of a retraction can happen on this side, I don't fucking know. So that floaty UI is basically the benefit is just you have more space, can do more stuff when you have nothing selected, and as soon as you select something, you only have the content that needs to be used or the settings that needs to be applied to that specific selected thing. But yeah, that. So I don't know. Being floating means it takes a bit more space if you count the padding between the floating panels and the edge of the screen. And just like the dynamic island, which is a bit lower than the notch. Technically, yes. Yes, it does. But again, it also easily goes out of the way. So based on what they had right here, right, they have that button that is retract UI and just, well, retract everything. So that makes kind of sense, but it is debatable. Again, I have doubts on the benefits. I need to use it. That's what needs to happen. I need to have access to that as soon as I can to recommend, not recommend, test it out, all that. Yeah, I feel like the floating is gonna help some things, obviously. But again, like that UI is kind of similar. This is slide. Slide UI, the AI stuff, same UI as well. The behavior, same UI, like all of that is really similar. I feel like Figma just saw pitch and say, oh, we're gonna do that as well. So debatable. But pitch is a floating UI. If I'm going back to studio.design, same thing. It's technically also a floating UI as far as I remember. I will take a look at that. Come on. Come on, studio. It's not that hard. Right, this is a flowy UI. You have the tools right here. When you select something, you just have what you need. If you want specifics, you have the specifics. They are floating-ish, but they are here. And in a way, it is a less floaty, still floaty UI based on that. but that's debatable. So, eh. Again, I feel like most new tools right now are going into a floaty interface, and I think it's going to be making a lot of sense. Um, I'm going to coin that now. I've been building these interface for a while. Technically speaking, one of the reasons why we want to go into a floaty interface is when we know that we want to move the official UI of our tool into a non-flat interface. If I can take the window and put it in front of my eyes on the side, on the Vision Pro or the Quest or whatever, and place that tiny thing on the side, floating is better. If the UI, the main UI is docked, then you cannot do that. So having all of your elements separated, giving you the ability to just move them as a user and place them specifically where you need them to be, having the user already used to that types of UI right now, it's going to be a breeze of a transition if the transition happens. So taking that into consideration, if you have a Vision Pro and you just have your tools when you look down in a teeny tiny bar, that makes sense. If you have your tools when you open your hands and they are just floating on the side, that makes sense. If you pinch something and you have your tools and it's the same tab design, that makes sense. So, all that. Coining that right now. That is one of the reasons why we're moving to floating navigation. Steve, let me check the design stuff. That's pretty cool. Steve. Are you looking for feedbacks? Do you want feedbacks? Yes, no. All that. So there is one teeny tiny thing that I would change from what you have here, and it's the cleanliness of your lines. Right now, except this section that has a bit of an imperfection, everything is the cleanest it can be. Like, you have a teeny tiny amount of wobbles on the E right here, on the outline, but it feels like it's not enough, and it's too clean of a logo to be recognized as a good place to go. I don't know if you eat kebabs or doner or whatever you call them, shawarmas, places. You know that if the shop is brand new and clean and they have displays, it's gonna be shit. If it looks like the shop is falling apart, it's gonna be good. And that organic, kinda unclean, not perfect for a waffle shop could be a high benefit for you as a brand image to showcase that you are doing something that is rough and good, and we don't care about the grease, we don't care about the butter, we don't care about the calories. It's handmade. Whereas this, right now, to me, looks really clinical and sterile, that might not be good. So that's the only thing. The other composition, the rest of the logo is really good. I like the placement of things. I like the idea of the waffle background pattern. I like the WB. The secondary text like outline is interesting. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting. And then the waffle bliss that doesn't do a full circle. I feel like it's interesting. It changes from what we're used to see. Like a regular circular logo is gonna have waffle bliss as a full circle, and then the WB in the center. Um, and that is kind of better. I feel like this is really good. I'm also thinking ahead, as always. This could be an illuminated sign really easily. Like you can have a lozenge type of sign, um, light sign outside of a shop or a food truck if it's a food truck or something. Really, really easy, like easily made with that. And that's a very good point to think about ahead of building like a shop. So I like that. Um, and yeah, there might be something. Let me see if I can do that. There might be something. Stream file 24. When it comes to the waffle, 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 waffle pattern. So that's your original thing. Can I lay a blur tad? I don't know how much you can control that. Technically, you can't really control that, but you might want to take a look at it anyways. But from far away, you may lose some details. So blurring the logo itself to have the visual alignment and the visual weight of the logo is pretty useful, but it's also useful to check like for details. So your waffle pattern in the background is almost non-visible from further away. So it could be beneficial for you to either make it darker, not too much, or make it bigger. So you could like double the amount of the square pattern to like reduce the visual weight of the waffles while still maintaining the understanding of the waffle pattern. You get what I'm saying? So for me, it might be something along the line of just doing like I'm gonna do that really badly because I don't really mind right here, but you know. Just that. Just to get your overall waffle sizes to be a tad bigger. That might help. Because that overall pattern, if you like make these lines a tad bigger, a tad wider, that might be more visible from further away. Again, this is a further away situation, which is not necessarily what you wanted to think about. As long as the logo is understandable from far away, which is the case right here. I can read the WB perfectly, and I can even still read the waffle bliss at the bottom, which I think is the most important part. You do you, but yeah, potentially doing that might help. And I think if I just did the contrast, less exposure, so that's darker, and that only the waffle behind the WB is less feasible. What do you mean by that? As in you don't have um the waffle behind the WB is less feasible. Oh, feasible. That's um yeah, it's all only the waffle texture that is not understandable as a waffle texture. Waffle, waffle, a pancake with holes, not holes, divots. Mm. It is such a small difference color-wise. I know that you said so other colors earlier, but I'm keeping it from really far away right now. This is a bit more readable, smidge. And again, like I'm looking at my phone, it's really, really small. If I'm just here, like Josh, hi, welcome on. Pretty good. I'm pretty good. A bit tired right now, but pretty good. Like if I'm just looking at my phone right here with that distance, the bottom one is a bit easier to scan, and like there is a ton of things that needs to happen to make sure that it's perfectly aligned and done. But yeah, there's that. And so in order to get the uh, that that it's basically what I'm talking about. The unevenness of your lines around your text and around your waffles. That's the that's what will kind of make it more organic. Like that. And that if you're using Figma, doing that in Figma is gonna be annoying to say the least. But again, it's not a necessary thing. I really feel like your logo as is right now, without changing anything, is really good. If you just update the contrast of the colors, making things a tad bit more contrasty, without making the waffle bigger, it's going to be a tad better. And then if you add the waffle shapes being bigger, that's going to be even better. So improvement number one from me is going to be that, like just making it more contrasty. Improvement number two potential is going to be this, to have the waffle being a tad bit heavier. And then improvement number three as a potential is to have the lines being less perfect. Because you already have that being less perfect right here. I feel like that would benefit a lot to add all of that. all around. But again, in Figma, it's going to be kind of complicated to get. But the rest of the logo is great. Proof right here. This is still absolutely understandable. And maybe if you had like the same amount of contrast on that, god damn it, on that thing, or sorry, the same amount of blur, then it's even easier to read. That's the thing that you need to decide on your end. Well, that's yeah, that's about it. But I like it. I like it a lot. I like that logo a lot. It just works, which is what you want for a logo. You want the thing to be understood and easily recognizable. And then there are just adjustments that can be added but not necessary. So you do you. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Josh, I'm pretty good. A bit tired, as always. It's late for me. I started streaming earlier than usual. So that happens. I need to refill that. So give me a second. Probably in the middle of ads now. I didn't think about that. But yeah, this is crazy. How much of the same it is to me. That's the thing that I didn't really understand while they were presenting it, mainly because I was talking over the dev that talked about that in the first place. But I don't know if it's like a built-in thing where these three UI kits are like built-in Figma libraries as an available option, or if it's they are now in the community and I mean, they say system straight to your asset tabs, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Again, it feels like that kind of answered my question. Yeah. This is crazy also, if you haven't been here. I don't think it's just for the AI thing, but I think it's the base for the AI thing, yes. I think it's the main visuals, not visuals, but like structure of the layout from either iOS or Android or the Figma UI 3 UI kits that are reused for the UI based. But yeah, the suggest auto layout is kinda crazy. Props, hi, welcome on. How are you? How have you been? And the responsive prototype is impressive. To a degree. As in, uh, the setup to me seems like a lot of work for no reason. So, from what I can read right here, which is set a prototype to responsive from your computer or on your mobile device, I haven't read shit. Again. But I don't know how or if it is not just constraint and auto layout behavior definition on the Figma design side that is just reused in the prototype. Therefore, you will not be able to have a transition in between desktop to mobile in the responsive version, unless you do the same thing that breakpoints, the plugin breakpoints gave you, and gave you the ability to do. Where's you? Right there. Give you the ability to have breakpoints already inside of your Figma file, and where you at? There, right? And have that basically change based on the breakpoint. Doing that from far away because it makes more sense. But unless they have built in something that is basically that have defined a prototype or a component for mobile, tablet, desktop, and therefore, if you are here, you have mobile. If you pass 600, you're in tablet. If you pass 960, you're then in desktop. And unless they have built that in, which is like the definition of the breakpoints, I have doubts of the usefulness of this. Again, to be tested. Pages in FigJam, useful, not useful, I don't know. I don't use FigJam right now. So, we'll see. And, yeah. That's roughly about it. And props, it is kind of the same thing here. It's 28. I mean, having pages in FigJam is pretty useful. I said that in the past. Again, these are things that we have talked about many times. To me, again, that is a to me thing. It would be so much easier to have this right here. You click on the plus and you define what type of page you want. You want a design page, you want a slide page, you want a FigJam page, and it's inside of your file. Because it is part of your project, and anything is supposed to take place in the same project, in the same project file, and therefore, now that we have a floating UI, it would make all the sense in the world to have an adaptive UI that just say, okay, so now I'm in a FigGem file that has all of the FigGem based like behavior, and I can take notes, I can have workshops that are based on my usual design files, and then I can move things around from the FigGem file page to the design page. And I don't know, it feels like a pretty better, I mean, better things for me, because if you have a slide page and it's linked to a file that is not a shared library, how the fuck are you going to link things together? You're not gonna have that. Um, Sony, I feel like that you're gonna get banned for botting if you continue on that. I think it counts it more than once. Also, I didn't say AI, as far as I know. um, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like having FigJam inside of the file, Jonathan, I do understand you wanting to have them splitted. All right, but I don't know. Also, we need like a one more fuck counter at least to be at 69 at the end. That makes sense. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Also, yes, the file would be huge, but I think like again, going back to some of the things that we've talked about in the past. If if Figma was good enough in terms of um, content management, like RAM management, because that's one of their biggest problem right now, um, and have the 2 gigs per page instead of the 2 gig per file, that would be easier. And so the file itself would be considered as tabs, so that each page is a tab that has a limitation of 2 gigs, rather than the entire file having a limitation of 2 gigs. That would help to have like way bigger files as an option, and maybe even saying that it's a 1 gig limit per page, because you might be needing to navigate 2 pages to design something. I don't know. But you know, that could be a thing. I don't know. Is it though? Or do you mean it is annoying because it's just slow and loading all the pages and all the things is harder? Yeah, all right, I see. I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense though. Sorry. Yeah, the slow parts. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Um, mhm. I see. I see. I see. Um, I mean, again, what I just said, Jonathan, if you had each pages considered as a tab with the overall file limits to 2 gigs, but like just loading the tab, your file would load extremely fast. Because your first page on a file is usually the thumbnails and it's kind of empty. So you would load the file and then maybe load the second page a tad longer, or it will take a bit more time. But that would be better as an experience on the user side. But I get it. It's I get it. I don't know. I think I know exactly what I was about to say, which is the reason why I want FigJam and Figma file, design file, and also now Figma slides to be in the same file and just be subpages and options is basically the same thing that I had in the beginning, which is right now they are different UIs, different tools, like visually different, enclosed in the same shell, which is Figma. Figma has like the base shell, but when you go from Figma file, design file to FigJam file inside of Figma, the shell, the outside is the same, but the inside is really different. Like it felt like two very, 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 very different apps. Now it's kind of the same thing with the new UI. It's going to be similar. That's better. But slide coming now is a third UI with, even though it has like a very similar interface to the new interface of Figma design files, it is still a new tool, like a third software that is linked to the initial one because it's the same company. But I feel like if it was, I'm going to say something weird, but if it was Adobe style, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, Adobe InDesign, and Figma Design, Figma Slide, Figma FigJam as 3 separated software, then that would be great because again that would split the bill and be better. I don't know, to me. And as a Figma business driven person, I'm gonna give you some bad words like fuck. I would see that as a plus because you could have Figma design for $10 a month, FigJam for $10 a month, Figma slides for $10 a month, and then if you combine them, you can reduce everything to like $8 a month for each, rather than have add-on option, which is the current state of things, which is Figma slide is going to be $3 a month addition on top of your current subscription. FigJam is $5 a month addition on top of your current subscription. Same thing for DevMod. It's shit. It is shit. So I don't know. I think I'd be pissed as well, but it would make more sense. Again, this is a business-driven decision that I'm providing. And what I said earlier is better, right? The fact that it would be better to say Figma cost $20 a month and you have access to everything, including Figma Slide, FigJam, Figma Design is just one singular tool. It's just $20 a month instead of 40. I would be fine with that. But the add-on section makes less sense. And I understand why they are doing that. The main reason is currently the people that they are targeting is the companies. And some companies are going to say, well, we already pay a license to Microsoft for PowerPoint, so we're not going to use slides. Or we already pay a license to Miro, so we are not going to use FigJam. So we need that separated, and we don't need the feature. The thing that I feel like Figma overall doesn't really understand is the fact that if you give the entirety of the features to the teams that are driving the use of your software, these teams are going to use the features, and then the rest of the teams are going to trickle down and use these sub features, and then the entire company is going to swap to that sub features because the majority of the people that are using the tools are using the tools, and you will have a better adoption. And so instead of paying 14 a month, you pay 20 a month. I mean, personally speaking, that would be great. Like that's such a small change. It's a lot of money for a year. Like right now, I'm paying 160. It would make me pay 240, which is fine. So it's like $80 more per year, so that can be expensive for some people. But I would rather have that than just one-time payment per year, rather than additional cost per month. I don't know, it's kind of weird. And yeah, charging for dev mode is the same thing. I feel like it should be integrated because the value provided by dev mode to me and to Stony is kind of shit. Like it's good, but it's not worth $35 a month just for the devs. Like, I don't know. It is included in the pro plan. For me, I have access to it for free. As a pro user, it's comprised in my pricing model. But yeah, but I get what you mean. Yeah, the thing is, with that example, when I was in my previous company, my dev was a dev. Good point. And was interested in design in a way, and so had a license and used the dev mode for most of the things work related, and then sometimes was using the design side, and at some point made more design than dev in a day because he had access to the design side, which I think is a good thing. Like it's the same thing as should designer codes, like should dev design, and that was the route he decided to go through, and it was pretty good in terms of the discussion we had and all that. So I feel like, I don't know, it's better. Um, Development would require training and change management for the whole team. Not really. Um, no, not really. The main issue that we have right now with the dev mode addition to a team is if you pay a designer seat, an editor seat to a dev so that they have access to dev mode for free, like included in the designer seat, they also have the ability to fuck up the entire design. And so that's why it is currently split. But technically it doesn't really change a lot of training. The difference is just the dev can go in the Figma file and have access to more information than what they usually have access to. That's about it. I don't know about the management side of things, mainly because I don't have a team that is as big as yours. But I don't think it should change the management in any way. And again, if you're not willing as a team to pay for dev mode for your devs, just get a free plan on Ziplit. Like, that is going to be much better, almost identical to what Figma is offering. And some of the thing that we have now added is already in there. So I kind of can recommend it. Mainly because Ziplin is a fixed version of the Figma file, and so you end up with some sort of a version control for your design. So if the designer at the end of the day decided this is a done screen, they can update that can update the Slack thing, and then the dev know, oh, that screen has had an update. Yeah, I think if you buy a new license, which is cheaper than buying just a dev mode license, it is easier to just tell them just use the dev mode, and if you see things where you're not in green, you need to get the fuck out. Like if you see something where the share button is not green, you need to click on the thing that is next to it. That's it. That's the only rules that you have as a dev. You have access to the file, but if you see that it's blue, you click the button and you don't touch anything. You just get in, click that, be good. And it's cheaper. Like it's basically half the price. Like a dev mode only seat is $35 a month. A designer seat is $16 a month. It is half the price. That is crazy. And you have the exact same things. Like dev only, you just have this. Designer plus dev, you have this and that. Then it's half the price. That makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. But also this pricing model that I just said is for the top tier companies that are paying for at least 7 seats. So yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm saying if you don't see green, get the fuck out. That is the truth. That's everything. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like technically to me at that instant, with the new AI features that are going to come in, there will be AI features in the dev mode section, and at the end of the day, it is easier to have the integration of Figma inside of VS Code directly to get the dev experience in the dev environment, which are where they know the environment, rather than having them coming here. That makes no sense to me. Or less sense to me. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, buy a. I mean, I'm saying buy. Buy a free project. But to buy a free project with unlimited user and 100 screens and test it out. And if it works for you, just use that. And if at some point you need like a bit more, maybe pay more for the amount of screens. And if you need more projects, then why not? But it's 35 bucks for unlimited users, not 35 bucks per user. So, you know, free stuff. We like free stuff. It's good. And they have basically this, the storybook integration, which is what Figma Code Connect is, in a way, where if you have your component done in storybooks and you can link that to your Zeppelin exports, and you can also use that in Figma. So you can link that in Figma. You can link your storybook component in Figma and in Zeppelin, and that way your dev that comes to Zeppelin only and not in Figma will see that the code that they have already done is available and used in some specific pages, which makes a lot of sense. So, you know, all that. Use Zeppelin. I need a sponsorship. I need a sponsorship from one other company, either Figma or Zeppelin or both. But I do agree that devs don't need to make changes. For sure. For sure. Other than that, yeah, me too. I just shit on the product too much to be able to get a sponsorship. Like it's every time they release something, I'm dunking on whatever they are doing. So yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna get a sponsorship ever because you know. That's interesting. That's an interesting way of working, Jonathan. Multiple workspaces is not what I would have expected. But if it works, and it's good for you, also just so that, thank you for the photo, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it's free, but I mean, with the new UI, it feels kind of weird to me to have to go into a drop down and switch like workspaces. There was someone, I don't know if I have I mean, sorry, let me say that again. I know I probably have like that. I don't know if it's so not so long ago that I can find it in my tweeters, like, because they, um, Yeah, I mean, you can hire me, but if you want to. Currently unemployed. As far as I know, at least until tomorrow, still unemployed. Can't find the thing. Ah, no. I saw something. I thought it was good. It wasn't. Um, did they answer you, or is it like still in the wind and you have no answers? I mean, if you just did that, I get it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I see, I see. I see. I mean, if you can, I don't know how much of a benefit you can get from being like a manager on that side of things. So I could show you that most of the things is not as nowadays. It's kind of safe-ish. But again, I can't find the thing that I'm talking about. So that is kind of annoying. I also feel like this is from a long time ago now, because it was when the draft drama happened, in a way. Um, and there was a comparison of the sidebars and how they were supposed to work. Floating navigation. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be around here. I feel like this is. Mm, God damn it. Yeah, I can't find it. That's fine. Anyways, the goal or the thing that they were saying is instead of having this and then having access to multiple teams, what they were saying is you get that section, that kind of small block right here, and then you just duplicate it underneath for your secondary uh, workspace. And if you have another workspace, you just have it here as well. And you just have access to your drafts, your whole project, and your admin settings quickly. Because most people don't have 5 workspaces. They have like 3. So that is a better UI overall than just having to like navigate with the drop down, which I get. But god damn, I wish I could find the fucking thing. Hmm. Yeah, other than that. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's about it when it comes to the that search. right there. If I find it again, I will share it on Discord, but I have doubts. I have doubts on me finding it again. It's probably far away. Anywho, and if you like to host events, that makes sense. I get that. I get that. Yeah, I think I mean, I reapplied to the designer advocate position that is in Japan. Last month, they replied a week ago and they said no. Obviously, I also applied for a managing position in the UK, at Figma again. And I have not heard anything since, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, good. Yeah, so maybe just, yeah, apply or propose to the current, like, uh, people manager type of thing to host an event. Just propose, like, without being a manager, just say, I would love to host an event and this is what I have prepared. What do you think? Can we do that? And then when that event, just crush it because your event is the best, then um be a manager position. And maybe they say yes, it's just leading by example. So if you have the ability to lead like an event, do that. But I do understand that if it's far away, it's 3 hours travel car travel distance. Yeah, that it's gonna be hard. I mean, not hard, but like more complicated. That's Yeah, that is true. Can't deny that. Can't deny that. But you can try. You can try. Like again, I feel like me being here on stream, showing that I'm teaching and helping and giving advice and all of that is a pretty good resume if I were to ever be like a Figma teacher working at Figma, or a designer advocate at Figma. Like that's a pretty good presentation of how I would do things, because if that's what they do on a daily basis, then that's basically what I'm doing on the daily basis as well. It's just that the people that I'm touching, that sounds really kinky. People that I'm talking to and interacting with is mostly freelancers and designers that are like single designers in a company or smaller teams, whereas design advocate are mostly touching, interacting with bigger teams, corporate designers, and all of that. So that is a different type of crowd. But I could be a designer advocate for the entry level people rather than the corporate people. And that's my way of showcasing that I can do that. And then if I apply and you see my resume in video and how I do things and how I host workshops and all of that, then you have a better like understanding and also potentially a more positive view on how I do stuff, because it's just what the other are doing, but I am already doing it for free. So why not just hire me in team? So maybe I can't, maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know. But yeah, that's a thing, right? You can do that, and you should do that too. Maybe you could do a non-official um, workshop or events or something, and just host that close to where you are right now. And when good job, and when people are gonna be impressed by the event, then maybe ask for hosting another one, and then hosting another one. You know, all that. Or that could be a huge positive. Like, for example, tomorrow I am going to check the space related company. I'm going to the office there and gonna have a chat. One of the positive things that they have talked about is the fact that I am currently teaching design to other people, and they are looking for someone that has the ability to teach and like educate the rest of the team on design practices and other things. So they saw what I do, and they were like, that's pretty much what we're looking for. Why not just collaborate and have a bit of a work together thing? All that. So that's a positive. Like, I'm doing the thing that they're looking for. I applied to their position that they have open, and now they're like, "Oh, cool! So we know that you can do the thing." Um, um, Let me check that. Oh, that's weird. Let me check that. So, let me see if I can have like an experience level in there. And designer, senior product designer, right there. This is London, whatever. I'm gonna look if they have like what you'll do. Do they have like a requirement list? Not really. What you'll need is basically the requirement. So this is a senior position, right? They require a minimum of 5 years of experience, which means nothing. A proven experience conducting user research. That just means that you need to have at least one project that you have done research on. That's it, and prove that the research that you've done have been a positive impact on the product itself. Explaining planning, which is basically the same thing as conducting the user research, because you need to plan ahead to do the usability testing. So that is the same thing. A strong portfolio. So that's usually the most complicated one, because the content that you need to have on your portfolio is going to be kind of lacking if you don't have the 5 years. The experience with luxury market, that right. That depends. That depends on what you have worked in the past, but that's a potential. Proficiency in design and prototyping tools. So if you are good with Figma, Sketch, whatever tools that you use, you find. Also the ability to deliver components for and contribute to a design system. This is the same thing as this, technically. Excellent communication skills and ability to articulate design decision to both technical and non-technical stakeholder. So this is dumbing it down and hyping it up, technically, for the team. So ensuring that you have the ability to communicate with the rest of the team. That's about it. So the question is, can you speak? Yes. Good. Do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Yes. Good. That's about it. Stronger understanding of UX and UI principles. Usually that goes with the first one that I just said. If you know what you're talking about, you probably have some understanding of that. And then the ability to work in a fast-paced collaborative environment. This is bullshit. So again, when you're reading these descriptions, the thing that people are saying is you should take that requirement list as a wishing list from the hiring people. So they would love for you to have everything. But if you only have 3 and you are not at 100% of the others, that's going to be fine. If you only have 3 years of experience, but you have the rest, do I care? No. If you only have 4 years, but your 4 years have been in agencies, you technically have 8 years of experience. If you only have
Shabby underscore
Shabby, huh? Welcome on in. How are
777
you?
is
Who
now
are you?
following.
How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. If you are, or if you have only 3 years of experience in a startup, and you've been the sole designer of that startup, and the startup is currently successful, you have 6 years of experience because you have had been needing to do the job of a UI designer, of a UX designer, of a marketing designer, of a communication expert, of everything under the sun to get everything rolling. And if the company is currently thriving, you're good. So don't get a hang of the 5 years. And they are saying that, but like it's a wishing list. It's a wish list of what they would love their ideal candidates to be. And for me, with my 18 years of experience, every time there is a years of requirement, I'm laughing at it. I have 3 times your required years of experience. So that for me, every time, let's just say, I don't care. Like I haven't seen so far any senior position that is requiring 10 years plus. So, and even more than that. I've seen managing positions that are requiring 15 years of experience, who's like 10 years in managing partner type of situation. But that's like extremely limited. So that's one, right? That's the that's this one. If we go into another one, just to check. God damn. um, Easier. Extensive professional experience. You're good. Top tier UX. What is top tier? I don't fucking know. Maturity to discuss ideas critically. So that just means, do you have an ego? Or can you take criticism in a good way? That's it. And can you give like critiques in a good way? Fascination with experimentation. So that you like to tinker with stuff and experiment. And then confident writers of short form content. So that right now might be my only annoying things. But there is this thing that is called AI that give you the entire writing system that you need. So it is currently like you really have everything. Yeah, can do that. So my point again, is going to be, don't get too hang up on the years of experience most of the time, and only like focus on the thing that you are good at. And if you are good at 50% of the requirements, apply. If you're good at only 30% of the requirements, apply, but don't expect much. And if you get an answer and you get hired and you only have 30% of the requirements, you're gonna need to work hard as fuck to prove that you had the skills to apply in the first place. And that's gonna be it. It's gonna be really easy for you to just say, oh cool, so they hired me, I don't have these skills, I need to acquire these skills now. And you're gonna work, you're gonna find the skills and have the skills at the end of the month. And then the next job that you move on, you will have new skills. So yeah, just apply. Just apply. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's good, yeah. So to reread your message, you said I was thinking if I'm a senior or not, because I know I have a lot of knowledge, but when I compare myself with the requirements, some companies I don't think so. And then you said 5 years plus is the problem, and it is the only problem. So forget about the years of experience as much as you can when you apply, and just go with the flow. The main thing is going to be if your portfolio is good enough to showcase content that the company that you are applying for is looking for. The fact that you have 1 year of experience or 15 doesn't change shit. As said, I have been trying to get a job for the past almost 10 months. Almost 12. Like technically I've been unemployed since August. So it's been a year. And yeah, I haven't been looking hard, but yeah. That's the thing. You also have your startups that you're building. That is an extremely good and bad point at the same time. It depends on which industry and which region you're applying for a job. But like in Japan, having a startup and being a freelancer is just a bad idea. They don't like it. But if you are in the US, having a side job proves that you have some skills. So that is an interesting point. For you in Brazil, I don't know enough, but it might be a positive thing. And it will teach you so much that it's always a positive thing for you as an individual to do that. Like it's always good to me. Gonna be always good. Yeah, it's just like the skills that you will have are gonna be really important because you need to manage a ton of people being more than you. And after that, it's just like, does the company work? Does the company doesn't work? If it does work and it brings you enough revenue and you don't really need a job, then that's a very positive thing. And if it work-ish and it brings you side project revenue, then it's side project revenue. That's good enough. And if it doesn't, then you just need a fucking job. It's gonna be it. That is gonna be it. guess. I guess. Hmm. And how much? I mean, I forgot you say I have 5 years as a designer, but not as a product designer. Um, Technically speaking, me as a product designer, I have 11. Um, but I'm presenting myself as someone who has 18 years of experience in design. So I've been a graphic designer for a long time. I've been a print designer for a long time. I've been a like pushing pixel UI designer for a long time as well. Long time is like 3 years. Um, and then when I moved up in the agency, like I was in the first agency that was mostly graphic design and UI design as a base without really thinking about shit. Then I moved up to a different agency that was better, that moved me into more of a responsibility focused thing with like some research and all that. I kind of became a product designer, but still my job position or job title was UI UX designer, which is basically the old terms for product designer. And then after a while, when I changed company, I moved to or from UI UX designer to consultant designer. And then from there, I moved to product designer as a job title. But that's about it. That got fine. Not going. CNC was before, way before. like, like CNC was 20, 2010, 11, 12, 13. Kind of. Technically, 11, 12, 13. Um, yeah. So that it's been a while. It has been a while. How are you? How are you? How have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you. Dang. Yeah, that's a fun thing as well. Uh, yeah. I mean, what do you need? What are you after? Or what do you think you are after and that you think that I would be a good fit for that? Because based on the requirement, there is different things that you can say to your boss to convince. And also, what is your boss background? Like, is are they like a salesperson, dev person, marketing person? Send me a link. I can articulate for you if you want. He's an engineer. I see. I see. All right. Um, it's a layout issue, or it's mostly a layout issue, where this is way too much white space, where you could have centered elements. That's the first thing. And then there is an overuse of that font, which is an interesting thing for your titles, but it doesn't match with the theme, at least from the first glance that I had. So changing the font is going to be have a positive impact, and changing the layout is also going to have very positive impact. The main thing that I'm seeing right now is the fact that it look as if your, god damn it, not that, your website was um, optimized for mobile use case by having like just a singular fucking column, and that's about it. But the mobile version is not good. It's hard to read. There is a ton of text for no reason. Or text on at first glance. And when you're looking at this one, is it's kind of boring, and that's the main issue that I can see. So, for example, that whole section could be a masonry grid with a variety of cards, with like some of them having the pictures at the top and the text underneath, some of them having the picture on the right, some of them having the picture on the left. But just like variety of cards could be helpful. The reason behind that is like you have 6 of them, which is a good number to have like a pretty okay adjustment, like organization and layout, and that would help potentially. The rest of the page, as said, is really much text, 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 and it's lacking visual. I know that it is a back-end dev, as I can see here, type of course, so visual might not be what you think your core audience needs. They kind of do. Just having the visual help. I know that sounds dumb, but just visual aids on a website are just helpful for everyone, even the people that says that they are not visual people. That's a thing. The second thing that I'm seeing is that things don't match. The background, the logo, and are very associated with game dev to me. But the rest of the website doesn't. And it is really like bad front end, and I get it. It's a back end dev course or bootcamp or things, but still, like it's it needs just to me, it needs like a layout change and a consistency, coherence design wise. But it's not much. Like it's not a lot of changes to be added to get something better. And less text. Less text. I haven't seen that. They say dopamine driven, but there is no gamification thing right there, which should be here technically. Nothing about gamification here, which also it's not necessary to disclose that it is gamified. But yeah, I think it's a layout issue. Like this is way too much text. If I'm giving you my first impression read of the page, I'm reading that from what I'm seeing here. That's it. I'm looking at the icons, and maybe I'm gonna read one of the titles, but that's a maybe. But that's it. I'm not reading this. Here I'm looking at the pictures, and if I can't like project myself or identify with one of the faces that I'm seeing here because they are big enough to be important, I'm not going to read what they do. So let's say I'm a woman presenting person and I'm seeing just men. I am just going to read this one and not the rest. Let's say I am not a white person. I am potentially not going to read any of them because I can't like associate with any of these pictures because the pictures are really important in that specific design. Whereas if you had a section like this, the picture is not really important. I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna read that. I'm not gonna give a shit about who has posted it in the first place. It's gonna be easier for me to just okay, cool. There is a testimonial right there. It's easier for me to just scan that. Same thing. I don't think that Kanye is gonna have an opinion on that thing, but whatever. Uh, you know, like simpler overall layout is gonna help. The secondary issue that I was saying is that you have a ton of text, and when you see these examples right here, they have a lot less text. So than what is presenting here. So again, these probably not going to read much of the testimonials. And then arriving here, that is an issue for me. The amount of space that I have here, I could think that I reached the end because I don't see shit until here. But if I don't scroll, this makes no sense to have that much white space in between the two. Like you should have your next element opts in when that passes 50% of the VH. So same thing, not even reading the title. I saw 12 months earlier. That's what I read the first time. Then I arrive here. Obviously, there is money. I'm looking at the money. And then here, there was way too much text. So one of the options for that is to get the FAQ Q&A. Where the fuck you at? We should really have a search bar on this. I know it's somewhere. Why is brain not working right now? It could have been here, but it's not the thing. Technically, support could potentially help as a base, but that is technically a folding FAQ section, and that makes way more sense. That just compact everything. You just open the first one, and that way, me as the user, I'm just like I don't give a shit about how long will it take to learn enough to be hired. Though I do give a shit about what will I get as a member. So if I'm just reading the questions, I can just expand this one, read this one, and be good with it. Be done and move on. So yeah, Do we have a fucking FAQ? We don't. God damn it. That's crazy that we don't have an FAQ section on this one. Might be in the footer section. No, I doubt it. Wild. Wild. There. Jonathan. Yes. Why wow? Yes, you need to eat. If you want to share that, but well, share that essentially. Have that as a base. Um, have some food. Go have some food. It's gonna be good. So yeah, your testimonial needs to change. Yes, you can. You can. I think the main the main thing that I would probably change is gonna be the style of everything. As in ensuring that everything makes sense and is linked together. So if it's gamified and you want something that is more fun, maybe buttons like this could be a better option to match the overall vibe of the ID. Because right now you have something like extremely flat with a bit of a glare on top of it, and it's paired with like your logo that is really like World of Warcraft positioning. So that is weird to me. But yeah, I feel like either the logo needs to change or the buttons need to change. But then if the buttons change, you kind of need to change your cards to ensure that they make sense. And they're gamified enough to match. Similarly to what we've done on whichever games you made some months ago. I forgot that I helped you with the shadow thing. I don't know if it was the dice game or the other ones, but maybe the chunky buttons could be a really good addition. I wouldn't go this way because that is way too much. Like these are great. I love them, but implementation of that, it's a pain for no fucking reason. Whereas this is a shadow, and you're good with that, and that's fine, and that's easy. So I just do that. Or maybe you can do that, which is a more interesting way of doing a fade type of animation rather than a flat design of animation. Design of the button. Right, these bitches, I don't like it, but could be a thing. The goal is to match either that with that or the other way around. But they need to talk to each other. And same thing, the background is really kind of weird. I also feel like, I'm just thinking about that now, I also feel like the fact that the background doesn't move at all, that is all. That is like 2016, 2018 vibes. Even 2016, we had sections with background that just goes on top with the parallax effect. But yeah, that's about it. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that on load. This is great though. But yeah, it's lacking something. And that is even more taking me out of the experience because it moves once, but not more than that. So therefore, with the movement, I do understand why this thing is placed here in order to not cover the video. God dang, I didn't see that. Also, I just spent way too long on that page. As in, if you have analytics, don't count me on it. That's gonna skew your bounce rate and all that. I still haven't clicked on anything, so that's also bad analytic depth pattern. I just highlighted text, so I doubt this is the thing that is tracked. Nonetheless, I think the font is pissing me off so much that I have font blindness. Like, it has everything that is not supposed to happen. It's a serif font with a text shadow, with everything in caps, 4 titles. That makes no sense. That is the worst readable option that you can have, and I understand the reasoning behind it. It's a title, it needs to be visible, but like, nah. Text shadow is a sin unless you know how to do it, and even me, I struggle with text shadow, so no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No text shadow. But yeah, that's about it. I hope that helps. I hope that's a good enough base for you to potentially provide to someone. And so yeah, that's some of the feedbacks that we have. If I'm not promising anything, but if I'm motivated enough, I might chop up that part of the VOD and make like a YouTube video out of it, because a website review is always good to have. So if I have the motivation to do that, I could do that. And if I do that, then you can just share the video directly. But it's debatable. You decide. You decide. Anywho. You're gonna stream today or not? Nah, probably not. It's also extremely either early or late for you. Probably not. Yeah, let's see. What do you mean test? Test the shit out of this? It doesn't fucking work. Still, it doesn't fucking work. Who we rating? That's the question. I see. You just came back? Vash is live. Herming is live. Meru is live. All of them are gaming. I just send you there because it's going to be easier to do. And yeah. You didn't pay? That's good. Good job. Congrats. Congrats on not paying. That is a pretty good point. Anyways, we're rating Carol, who is looking at or watching some of the keynotes from Figma. So that's interesting as well, if you're interested in the rest of the things. Anyways, the VOD is going to be on YouTube as always. If you have questions and I'm not live, you can ask them on Discord. I'm going to be back on Friday, potentially with news. Debatable. I don't know. We'll see. And if you want to stalk me online, it's going to be on that link with everything. As always, I said a lot of things today. And if you want to give me money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. You can also just buy You Like It, which is kind of better. As a thing, AI has been said way more than 32 times today with all the thing that I said afterward. But yeah, as always, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks a lot for being here. I really appreciate it. And who won today? Jonathan, you won. Good luck. Good job. Good luck. Good job. All that. Whatever. Yeah, take care of yourself. Be kind to each other. Eat something. Drink something. And I'm going to see you on Friday. Bye.